Oh, hello everybody. We're back again with another VOD review and a chalice of ginger beer to keep me going because, oh my god, I am melting today. I am absolutely melting. 11 ice cubes. 11 ice cubes to try desperately to keep my body temperature under 40 degrees Celsius. Holy Christ. We can do it though, we can do it. Ah, I really am drinking a potion, yeah. Hello everybody, hello. I've had a busy day today. I've gone to tennis lessons. I've fed some hairy armadillos. I also walked around the rest of the wildlife center and it was delightful. So I saw Tom Nook, bro. I saw Tom Nook. That's not a euphemism. It's not a euphemism. I fed some hairy armadillos, some live, what are they called? Mealworms and egg and stuff. And then, what else? Saw some tarantulas. What else? Some other shit like that too. And then I went outside because York Pride is on today and we went and watched some stuff there, saw some friends. And now I'm back inside, trapped inside of my lair at 6 PM for the rest of the night, watching VODs of Chinese Valorant. Ah, life doesn't get better than this, am I right, guys? Life doesn't get better than this. Hello, diarrhea_anal. You'll fit right in here. You will absolutely fit right in here. I'm not boozing tonight. This is literally just ginger beer to try to keep my body temperature from spiraling out of control. It's so warm. I mean, it's not even like it was a week ago. A week ago it was like 35 degrees Celsius in some parts of the UK, but it's still, I don't know what the temperature is actually, but it feels bloody hot, I'll tell you that much. Maybe it's like 25? It's 26 outside. What's the song in the background? It is Defend Globe Pokemon Mystery something or other. Some Pokemon music. Okay. Let's get this Pokemon music out of here, though. It's time to play some Valorant. Watch some Valorant, rather. Okay. Today we're going to be VOD reviewing the lower bracket final of DRG playing against XLG. This game was a... I mean, I'm not going to say a completely one-sided affair. It was 3-1. It went to 4 maps. I'm a little bit surprised, I'm not going to lie, that XLG were able to, I'm going to say comfortably get wins, but I've got to be honest with you, I didn't actually look at the scoreline. So before I talk out of my arse, let's have a quick look at the scoreline of this game and just see what the actual like map scores were. Because Lotus, XLG are really good at Lotus. Breeze, though, they also won 13-6 on Breeze. Though having said that, their Breeze is actually pretty decent. I mean, their Breeze is not half bad, honestly. Like, no, obviously, they lost to EDG on Breeze, so it doesn't look like an amazing map for them. But it might well be their second best map, actually. And then they lost on Haven to DRG, but then they won again on Split, and the Split game was actually really close. And I didn't really like the way the DRG were playing on... well, I didn't like either of these teams on Haven or Split. So it might have just been a bit of a mess, to be honest with you. It might have been just a little bit of a mess. But let's see. Let's see what's going on here. First of all, though, we are looking at a triple Sentinel comp being played here. We've seen XLG play it before. They brought it to Champs in 2024, I want to say. I think that was 2024. Loneliest Number, thank you for the 15 months. The title on YouTube says XLG versus EDG instead of DRG. Thank you for catching that, and I will now change it. The title on Twitch probably says the same as well. Let's change that before we go too much further. It does, yes. All right. Well, time to adjust it. Time to adjust it. We can definitely do that. And when I say time to adjust it, of course I know how to adjust it on YouTube. Of course I do. Edit title and description. There we go. Nailed it. DRG. Owned. Not even difficult. Not even difficult. should be updated now. And I will fix it on Twitch as well. Boom. Yeah, I'm professional. I'm very professional. The word is cockwomble. Yeah. See, cockwomble sounds like a good word, Mr. RJ, but I mean, I can tell that you're not British because it's your first time coming across that word. It's only said by 40-plus-year-old middle-class men.
Is this the Wombles live show?
Who are center-left, but actually just incredibly cringe. What does it mean? What does anything mean? It's just an insult. It's just an insult. Cockwomble. I don't know. I don't think it's particularly, like, got a meaning of any description. I don't know what wombling around on a cock would be. But it's just supposed to be, like, you use it to mean someone who's full of themselves or something like that. Or an idiot, even. But it's not, I wouldn't recommend using the word because it really is just like, it's only used by middle-class, middle-aged men. Maybe sometimes a woman here or there. It sounds like a fun word, but unfortunately it's the kind of word people use when they've been brought up their entire life, too privileged to use swear words. Keywix, thank you for the 41 months. Did I forget to show the stuff yesterday? I did. Yeah, I did actually. All right. Today I will remember. Today I will remember to lock in and show the stuff. I'll do it after Lotus. Okay. Chat, after Lotus. You have to remind me to show the retro stuff. All right. First of all, though, let's have a look at this triple sentinel comp. Do it now, you'll forget? No. I've got to lock in now. I've got to lock in. So, DRG, last time we watched them, were hold on, was it DRG or was it XLG? Now I'm confusing myself actually. Who was it that was running some like decent defense stuff on Lotus, but it still wasn't really working?
Also, shout out to RJ. It's her birthday.
Shout out to RJ. It's her birthday. Oh, shout out RJ. Hated Faith. Thank you for the 17 months. I hope that Footbeat to MRBR's record is a crazy.
I think my wife is secretly putting glue on my antique weapon, denies it, but I'm sticking to my guns.
Right. Well, that you ruined the mood here, Buffalo Bison. You ruined the mood here. That was a terrible joke. I giggled. That's not a +2. That's not a +2. Let me have a quick look at my notes. Yes, it was DRG. DRG were running some delayed rubble traps. So when AG were trying to open A, they would throw some fake utility and then just kind of like stay around here and pivot fast B if it wasn't A, or they would do a trap play on A if it was A. Let's see what kind of game plan they have against XLG. Yeah, we're VOD reviewing the whole series, Bazinga. Alright. Happyweight gets one. XLG are going to react because they know that there's a B exec. This is the classic XLG exec into C. Raga's up on top of his own wall. There's some kind of deadlock wall that's going over towards here, or, you know, maybe even like all the way back here. Oh, Raga actually got smoked off there just as he was looking to try to take the fight into Waterfall. Oi. All good. And as long as you shut down Spirit, you should be able to close out the round. It's planted as a headshot angle for Lysor. Lysor probably should have spotted there and said that they didn't need to challenge, but they got the round done anyway. But just a bit, like, no need actually for Raga to be taking that fight there. Maybe they were worried the plant wasn't good and they wouldn't be able to see his head. But as long as you plant well in that spot, the mount player should be able to just like jiggle and tell whether or not they're on it. Why am I drinking out of a wizard's orb? Because oh no, not a tech pause. Okay, that does say tech pause, right? No one's taking a tack timeout at this point, surely. Yeah, the cup really is enormous, isn't it? It's like as big as my head. I think it was a joke glass that B got at some point. But now she doesn't drink alcohol. I just use it for making, we make like homemade Sprite and homemade ginger beer. Me and B. So, this is my homemade ginger beer. I say homemade, like, it's ginger cordial and fucking sparkling water. But B makes homemade Sprite. You made homemade Sprite? Wrap it up, bro? Yeah. B makes it... She zests the lemons and limes and boils them down into a cordial to make homemade Sprite. Okay, but there's legitimate reasons for that, though. There's legitimate reasons, okay? First is that all of the drinks in the UK, all of the sodas, they took sugar out of them. Because the UK government puts a tax on sugary drinks, and so in order to avoid the tax, they replace it with like artificial sweeteners, right? That's what the tax is for. The tax is to incentivize people to drink more healthy stuff instead of sugary sodas all the time. So it's accomplishing its goal, but for people like B who really hate really hate sweeteners, it means that you just can't get like you can't get sodas with sugar in the UK anymore, which is bizarre because when I first went to the US, I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, this doesn't taste anything like the sodas that we have at home. But now all of the sodas in the UK taste different anyway. And the other one is because Coke is BDS, so didn't want to buy Sprite. So instead, homemade Sprite. There you go. Lou, thank you for the 33 months. 有些可惜，但这一分对 XLG 来说确实柳一手站起来了。我们经典的保留环节啊。主要昨天正好球球也评论了一下，对吧？哦。You have to pay extra to get sugary poison. That's a rare W from the UK government. The UK has like a lot of stuff that is sensible. They just have a lot of stuff that isn't as well. But I feel like that's a lot of governments. Am I drinking on the job? No, I'm not. I do have a birthday gift over there, which is some scotch that my sister got me, but I'm trying to be good. Okay, so is this the delayed rubble fight that we saw them run previously? Yeah, it is. Delayed rubble fight to try to punish the player that goes across. They get the kill, but then that saturate was kind of shit, and now they're in a 2v2 on their anti-bonus. I don't know how I feel about opting into rubble fights on your anti-bonus round. I don't think it's as all-in as, like... I don't think it's as crazy as doing something like this on your anti-bonus round, which is what... I don't know who did that. Someone did that, though. So, bro, someone was doing that. Was that XLG? No, it can't have been XLG. It must have been DRG on a previous game that we watched. Maybe it was EDG. I've got to go back through my notes and try to sift out these Chinese teams from each other because they're fucking blurring together in my head. But anyway, we watched one of these teams push out like this on the anti-bonus round, which was just insanity. But I think taking a rubble fight like this, especially a delayed rubble fight that is going to form part of your core strategy on your rifle rounds, is actually fine. I think the execution of it was just a little bit off. Whoa! Oh my god, Leo just dunked on them. Holy. Wait, let me see that again. Fakes going through the cage. Absolutely cooks Nick. I mean, great duel against Fukashu as well, but that's the best play I've seen from Leo. So far, I was like, Leo seems like a bit of a nothing player. But he fried them there. Holy shit. Wait, that was clean as fuck.
给个假信息，让两边双架的人分散一点注意力，把对手两人都拆开打了。天哪！
太有展现出了不属于他的这种年龄段的成熟啊，在这一波。
Leo 其实，在第一赛段感觉他确实。
That was incredibly good from Leo. I mean, it's not like XLG need that kind of shit going for them on this map as well.
需要有人出来扛残局产量的时候，Leo 都能站出来。
Also, bro, can you start posting 40-minute videos again, please? I would love to do more YouTube stuff. At the moment, I'm genuinely thinking about taking a bit of a step back from Plat Chat. Not doing it at all, but not doing all 3 regions. Because watching all 3 regions just means that I have no time to do anything else. But I don't know. I do like being up to date on the regions as well.
对，就 XLG 现在就是纯阳谋这个策略。
But I just have no time to do those YouTube videos that I would like to make. Like, I've got tons of different ideas for YouTube videos to make, but I have no time to make them.
对，那现在其实包点里面让给了这种3少的一个阵容就有点难玩了。
对，弗勒辛他
Hello, baby.
就是把2楼这个位
You
置
okay?
顶住。
Huh? Oh, I see. On the phone still? Oh. Okay. Well, you have the rest of the evening to...
I'll tell you about it when you take a break.
Okay. All right. Where the fuck is my... Ah, never mind. Whatever.
留给后续队员回防的一些机会。
3人顶后，
他是被墙隔到了一边，这个烟要散了。
哦，没啥机会，说实话，这确实有点太难了。然后 Happy Way 这边可能会被突破，但是预警会拉得很足，对吧？你人都会从后面来。
Didn't you say that you wanted to do more YouTube stuff on your Valorant channel, like that loud video on Harbor you did? Yeah, definitely. But then when the season actually started, you noticed that the loud video was like week 1, and then as soon as everything started up properly, I'm just swamped. I'm absolutely swamped.
你这样掰掉，但是无论如何，下一分刚做也有大了。
对，
再战。
没问题，庆祝一下，而且优势已经建立出来了。关键是 XLG 的终极技能循环打出来。
I don't know how TMV does it, to be honest
这
with
阵
you.
容其实有一个比较恐怖的事情，就是贤者的。
But then I've also got traveling on top of that.
终极技能需要的点数其实是比较偏少的。而这2个英雄如果把终极技能一直不停的去
Just become unemployed? Yeah, good idea.
的话，就会给团队提供非常。
这个终极。
I mean, early timeout considering that you've only lost pistol and bonus, but I do actually think that there is something to tighten up there for DRG in terms of how they're executing the Rebel fight. If they want to do this Rebel fight, the thing is, it's really odd DRG's game plan coming into this, because the biggest thing that you need to stop with this composition is you need to stop this C exec. And if you have a game plan for stopping this C exec, I'm not sure what the game plan would be. Like maybe you run trap plays here with like Paranoia, Open Door, Fight, but then you have to be really wary of them be defaulting to collapse your trap. Maybe you just want to like hard punish Rubble, force them into C and play retakes on C. But I don't want to retake into fucking Sage Wall and Deadlock Wall and all of this shit. Trips all over the place. This looks ass to play retake into. So I don't really know what your game plan should be if you're DRG. I think it's got to be revolving to some degree around taking the fight into XLG as they set up for this C exec, but that's way easier said than done. I'm not exactly sure how they do that.
是不得不防的 DRG。
是。
But yeah, I don't know what exactly their game plan is going to be, but this round, they're fighting Mound, which is, I think, a decent way of trying to stop them. But they can be default to try to break this. Look at that cage as well. That cage is nice. Yeah, and they're in again. I mean, cage, spam, spirit goes down. You have now a trip to try to get through at this door. You have wall to get through if he goes from waterfall. You have stun and deadlock wall the other way. This comp is... This round is a great example of how much of a nightmare this looks like to retake against. And they're really prepared if you try to force a team fight against them. Like, they literally had a cage on the door and, like, immediately put a trip down as they're scaling into the B exec. It just looks... it looks so rough to play into.
烟虽然罩住了一侧的枪线，但是 Leo 这边还能配合留一手，暗售的效果其实是非常不错的。卢卡修虽然带走了 Raga， 但是典礼还是无济于事。这是一个4打2，甚至福乐星已经被围剿，
出不来。卢卡修，
关键已经进入到一个1v4，对卢卡索来说，宝枪是一个最好的选择。
时间也差不多了。
这分其实真的能看得到这套进攻阵容他们这种丰富的预案。就是 DRG 已经有想到你要。
Yeah, I mean you can see why they dominate people with this comp. We actually like this comp? Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's really strong. Once you get into positions, I think the thing that it really struggles with is the A side of the map. But it looks like a nightmare to retake B against this. It looks like a nightmare to stop the C exec or to retake C against this. So, I mean, as long as you're just not letting them wander into A and do anything they like, I think this is a tough comp to play against. I think it's good.
其实在乌卡秀自己是有一些枪械的一个加持之下啊，队友其实没有太多的一个战力。
Yeah. XLG really understand the comp as well. Right, they actually get it. Right, a lot of the details are really good. Like that cage that Happy Way through in the previous round. Small detail, but makes a big difference. I mean, even this, for example, right? There's a trip here across the choke point, but you sage wall off one of the directions. The only place that they can be really spamming you from, even if you run into the trip, is like this main area that they're standing in currently. If there was an anchor player here, you've got slows that are really nasty to play around. If you swing into anybody from this direction, you're facing a high-low setup because the sage is on top of the wall, and then somebody is like under the wall as well. It's genuinely tough. We've seen this before. This is a difficult comp to play against.
这一整套，
这 C 宝点直接来了一波豪华装修啊！
只能推后路。我觉得
The sage can also, although Raga doesn't do this very often, the sage can also path to the high ground on top of the wall.
这选择也没毛病。往点里走肯定是有点。
Deadlock wall is up immediately. Stuns on the site.
这个冰球的。
Holy fuck! What a nightmare.
而且上来是先被 XLG 接掉2个。
Have you always VOD reviewed while live? Do you mean, do I sometimes do VOD review offline? Is that what you're asking? In which case, yeah, definitely. I do a lot of VOD review offline. But if I have like if I have a 5-hour block free in the day and I'm only planning to VOD review and not do anything else, then I tend to turn my stream on. Do you think EMEA is saving investment in terms of production and other costs so they can spend it on the Barcelona broadcast? Yeah, I would imagine so. Well, actually, I mean, maybe that's the long-term goal, but I don't think it will have been a short-term money save. I mean, they literally built a new stage inside of their venue. That's going to cost money. Yeah, I mean, no, this is definitely not a short-term cost-saving measure. Long-term, it might be a cost-saving measure, yeah, but short-term.
而这一分其实是有资本打回防的。
哎呦，我卡索这个半线是半 Raga 的，半你体强贤者的。
体强的时候，
哦，对。
哎，
这一波是直接抓掉。那正面。
Oh, you guys asking about the cipher? I'll show you the cipher value in one of these other rounds. I'll pick a good round to show you. I mean, look at that. Look at the kind of shit Vukashu has to do to try to find a way around this. He's got a trip in the air for the sage in case Raga walks forwards. Literally a sky trip for a sage. You've never seen shit like this before in your life. Raga breaks it. Vukashu has a cage to try to go forwards and tries to catch him. And just ends up walking into the open and dying. But like, oh my god. Do you think they don't have enough budget to do both? It's not... Well, yeah, they definitely don't. But they don't have enough budget to do both. But let me explain why for a moment here. Because I feel like people have not understood this. Stage 2, so in Stage 1, the matches in EMEA happened on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, right? And as far as I'm aware, anyway, maybe it was, yeah, I think it was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then I think LCS happens, LEC happens Saturday, Sunday, Monday? Question mark? I'm not a League of Legends fan, so I'm not 100% sure about that. But they staggered it out. Well, now for stage 2, matches are happening sometimes on the weekends as well. Like some weeks there are going to be 5 days of Valorant a week in a single region. In lots of the weeks there's going to be 4 days a week. So like you might be running EMEA broadcasts on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and what do you do on the Saturday when LEC is also there? So either what you're saying is, well, we want a live audience. Okay, so we have to build an entire new studio that has audience capacity. Because they don't have that already. They have one arena, right? That they use for both, but they used to stagger the days. Well, if you can't stagger the days because of the format, now, in order to get a live audience, you'd have to be spending bonkers amounts of money just for the ability to run a live audience for the group stage games. And I don't think that's a reasonable thing for the broadcast to spend its money on, personally. Like, I don't think this is a situation where it's like, lol, EMEA poor. It's like, why would you have 2 separate venues running out of the same city when the 2 esports only overlap on probably 1 day, sometimes maybe 2? So yeah, I mean, to some degree, everything is budget. I mean, every question you have in the world can sometimes be just put down to like, do they have the budget for it? Sorry, I've been distracted again. Let's have a look at this retake. I thought they weren't going to do an audience for the whole group stage. Yeah, they're not going to do an audience for the whole group stage. You're right, because they're giving priority to LEC and they don't want to do it on certain days. Yeah. But I don't think they're going to save very much money by not letting people into the arena. They might save a little bit of money on, like, maybe they don't have to have as many staff be paid for security, cleaning. I don't know exactly what. So, like, yeah, maybe they'll save a bit of money, but they'll also lose the ticket revenue. So it can't be that much that they're actually saving, as far as I'm aware. So I don't think that part of it is so much a revenue consideration. In the long term, maybe we'll see group stages be held in smaller arenas, which would save money. Sorry, how did these guys both die to flex it? I feel like I'm missing something here because I've not been watching. Oh, it was the yeah, he just Omen ults and gets an angle on them that they're not expecting. Well, I mean, that'll help your retakes. That'll help enormously. Now, why did Nomad not use his wall on this exec? So they're worried about Spirit's ult, so they decide to push forwards instead of holding passive. Oh no, they did wall. They did wall to Waterfall, but then it just got broken immediately. Because he walled late instead of early. Okay. We're learning the details of this comp. We're learning. Hey, Sacho, my girlfriend said she met you earlier today. Hope you had a nice day out. Wait, no way. Does she work at... She works at the wildlife place? I won't dox her, but she works at the wildlife place? Is that right? That's so funny. I was coming out of feeding some armadillos, and one of the people that works there, just like in a back room, is like, hey, are you Sideshow? I'm like covered in fucking sand from feeding armadillos, and I'm like, hey, what's up? Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. She was very lovely. It was great to meet her.
这个大推出来之后，看一下 Nick 能跟上吗？推到了，终极技能直接过来，已经看到第一个人的位置了。刘一手也是直接被闪身枪打掉。
Isn't the armadillo the armored rat? Yeah, basically. They're very cute animals, though. No way. Wait. Leo actually, the spirit of Fnatic Leo inhabited WS Leo's body for this game? Wait, that's insane. Hold on. This guy has not been playing like this for the rest of the tournament. That's 2 ridiculously good clutches in 2 rounds, in 3 rounds.
难以想象，作为一个新人指挥，他在这一场关键的大战里面，每一个操作你都看不出任何的局促。
这一分，他不仅是这边的枪法，以及在前点的一个身位都顶住了这一波压力。他甚至是换了个弹，还吃了个满闪。
我的天呐
I mean, Leo's insane. I don't know. I don't know.
我做。
赛场反而是一个很直观的地方，你能够去把所有的努力付诸出来的话，大家都能认可。
Man just dropped out was feeding armadillos like that's at all normal. Yeah, I mean, go to a wildlife conservation park kind of place, feed some fucking armadillos. Why not? It's a Saturday morning.
还是蛮高的，摄像头作为一个启发点。
还是想去抓一个单边的弱侧啊！
哦，海比伟
Oh,
开
they're
始
frying
了
him. They're
要
frying
点
him.
名了吗？
4个人啊，这里
Even the coaches didn't think he could do that. Yeah, I mean, he played it
立马过来
immaculately.
支援。
The previous 1v2 might have been even better though from him. They were both
他
really
这个
good.
KD 已经来到了17。
Triple Senti 7-0 on attack. I think this comp is actually better on attack than it is on defense.
他确实是 Leo。
In fact, I don't even think that's debatable.
哎，这个墙有点难受了，但是好像这个过点
没看到。
时机也不对。
对，没抓到啊。
It's so anticlimactic though. Well, yeah, well, I mean, they probably shouldn't have been up 7-0 at this point as well.
操作一下。
It probably should be more like a 4-3 kind of game for XLG right now. Because Leo won a 1v2 and a 1v3 that were both, honestly, not badly played by DRG. I guess Spirit fed a little bit in the previous round by jumping up on the side instead of trying to double up with his
时间
teammate.
其实已经耗了大半。
其实主要还是想去拼一下枪感。
Okay, we're going to see the Sentinel on the other side decide to pull out an insane clutch here.
保持一下手感嘛，这种不断的回防的话，其实对手感还是有一些影响的。就你不来就算了，你来我就下了2把。
Can't armadillos give you leprosy?
哎，
能退掉吗？
Yeah, that is a thing actually. Or at least it's a thing that I've been told by Americans.
啊，是的。
As far as I understand, I did not interact with leper armadillos. I'm gonna Google that actually, because I've been told this and I don't know whether it's actually real. Leprosy armadillos. I don't trust the AI, so let's have a look at the National Institute of Health. That seems like a better one. Mycobacterium leprae is the primary causative agent of leprosy. Besides human beings, natural infection has been described in animals such as some kind of monkey and armadillos. Huh. Armadillos have become the primary experimental model for leprosy because they mimic human disease, including the involvement of the peripheral nervous system. Okay. Contact with armadillos is a risk factor for leprosy. Huh. There you go. Well, I think the... Hold on, let's have a look. Excuse me? The recently reported presence of leprosy bacteria in red squirrels in the British Islands does not appear to pose an increased risk of human health. Bro, I got bitten by a red squirrel when I was a kid. Hold the phone. No one told me about the leprosy squirrels. They just asked me if my tetanus was up to date. They did not say the red squirrels can have leprosy. Hold on. That's crazy. What I wanted to look at though is when I looked at the AI thing, it specifically here said 9-banded armadillos. But these were not 9-banded armadillos. So, I don't know. Wait, or were they? Wait, hold on. They might have been 9-banded armadillos, actually. Maybe they were. Anyway, I don't think I've got leprosy. I mean, who fucking knows? How do you cure leprosy? Leprosy... treatment. Leprosy is a curable disease. You just take 3 medicines. Yeah, we're chilling. I think we're doing all right. You have to take them for 2 years. Treatment usually lasts between 1 and 2 years. Ah, berate.
说还是需要去改变一些的，因为这张地图毕竟是他们的自选图。 他们本身应该研究了怎样去针对这个双少位。我觉得今天的一个主要思想就是控制门啊，控制门去破你的一些。
这每一次 DRG 前压的位置重防，其实
Okay, Life's got the op
每
out.
次正面几乎是
I don't know that I think the op is a great counter to this comp. This comp is going to do a lot of execing.
而你的位置被压了一拍，想硬顶。
How did they not get any kills out of that? There's some value from the res as well. Nice paranoia. So, I think what DRG have realized at this point as well is that XLG's comp does want to, like, 5-person exec. I mean, it is a little bit weird because normally if you think of Sentinels, you might think, oh, you want to play slowly. Oh, you want to do a lot of lurking, I guess, because Sentis in normal comps would be the lurk agents a lot of the time. But this comp just wants to get into sites and get into post plants.
DRG 需要他去站出来，在这个危机的时刻里面
，3打2 ，Happyway 的血量已经没有那么的健康，选择把这个门给打开，去寻找。
And yeah, Life actually gets some decent value from the op here.
还有，差一个就能拿到王牌精锐。 Norman 的位置就在点里面，
支架枪位，
他在支架，他在支架。
Oh, nice kill from Norman.
DRG 要小心了，
这个残局得稳住。
NT.
马就进入到没有经济的局面了。
的防守作用。
呀。
So I think just rotating off noise and trying to flood as heavy as possible to put bodies on the site they're trying to hit seems sensible to me.
还有这个 TP，
对，有 TP。 直接拉，没拉到，按眼推，抢枪位，能抢到。
是破门之后出来打，那这样其实 DRG 又把人给在前点接掉了，这分再往 A 里面进不太现实了，还想再去拼一波吗？有一手也倒地了。这分看起来 DRG 又很有希望了。
3打5 ，XLG 现在比较尴尬，你少了留一手之后，其实会少一个能够贴近点的人，那你只能通过慢摸腿进去了。而且。 现在手上剩的控制技能已经没有多少了。
Will the XLG chant be returning for London? Unfortunately, the XLG chant doesn't really work anymore because it changed so many of their players. But you know, maybe we can figure something out. I'm really not creative. I'm really not that. I'm not TMV. We could outsource it to TMV.
两个人顶一边嘛，至少有一边，我觉得 XLG 的火力集中一些。
追猎之灵去搜寻一下，看看有没有人在绕。
准备爆击水下。
尼克已经优先在架枪。 尼克的位置现在是拔不了的，队友也没有去帮，所以 XLG 直接来了。
That's nice.
一侧给顶掉，但是 Life 在另一侧有狙击的一个情况，
that was a devious little peek as well.
还有一些转机 ，Happyway 这个头被
Happyway in the same spot that Leo clutched from earlier. Oh my God, Vukashu.
马上就完成了定位，我是 Leo。
Nice round from him. XLG are starting to figure it out here. Oh, sorry, DRG are starting to figure it out here. Concept, thank you for the 14 months.
一波的前压是多拿到了2个。
只要不去控那个，
今天。
Am I destroying ranked after this? I think by the time we finish this, I'll be ready for bed. Because I started the stream pretty late. My sleep schedule recently has got me waking up at like 7 AM. I'm not on that esports schedule currently. I like the way the DRG are contesting early angles, but that one is just troll. But I like in general how they're trying to put pressure on early on so that they get early information on where XLG are planning to try to end. Eggman choose Vukashu or Happyway. So far in the tournament, I'd go for Happyway, but apparently Vukashu goes bonkers in this game. He had a busy day putting the animals, so he's sweepy. Yeah, I am.
能发现 XLG 是把自己的节奏放的会比较慢，然后把每一个细节都做得更好一些，去做地推。
要打连接，
这个协同太好了，
吃补网了，要踢吗
？Okay.
布勒星是有一些想法的，跳出来 Vukashu。
I like the. I feel like XLG have more team coordination with their like jump peaks for each other and stuff with this comp on this map.
配合 Spirit 还是有一些收获的。
2打3，现在回防里面得看 Spirit， 他有半套的。
This round, I think Life has just horrendous positioning, and then Flexing's a little bit late because he's trying to make sure he doesn't get punished. And he's got a bad gun. He's got a judge in that situation. Yeah. More like individual mistakes execute the overall idea. I don't actually think the op is like a great answer here, but Life got 4 kills with it, so now they're pot committed to it, I guess. Have you read House of Leaves? My wife has read it. I haven't read it, but my wife has. She said it was a great experience. It's not a normal book. I looked at it a little bit, but I didn't read it.
就是等了一拍嘛。首先 A 大你自己先抢，等你抢出来，我第二时间再反抢，等你淹散。
Doesn't Life often have bad positioning? Yeah, but I mean, that one he was just stood in the open and died immediately. Not much you can do about that. This is wrong, bro. Like, somebody on the team has got to, I suppose Flexing is already. I was going to say somebody on the team has to recognize that they are worse than Vukashu and give Vukashu the gun. But I suppose it would be Nick, really, that we're looking towards. Flexing already has a Bucky because he was who I was going to point to. But yeah, you gotta take the L for Vukashu, bro. You gotta give Vukashu at least the Guardian to play with.
第一波技能，现在 DRG 也不敢去投入太多的技能去硬抢。
We're not seeing any fakes here from XLG, by the way. They're always with the Prowler. They're always with the Phage utility. They're keeping it very simple in this game.
这个黑推得很及时。
Oh man.
哇，那这样是反抓了被，而另一侧 Life 也被补枪。
Call back, grab net. Tragedy.
扣一环一环一环的想去救，甚至现在路被封了。
对。
Did that fade out catch for Kashu? Yeah, it did.
一手信息，把你的人员位置
And he can't hear anything.
拨干了。最后一人也有 Happy 位完成收尾。
Yeah, that's a pretty bad round.
10比2的比分是 XLG 想要的。
Flexing's playing with a Bucky, but he doesn't feel confident enough to actually go for the kill and like go 1 for 1. He tries to get out and play over towards the site, but then he's too late to get out. And then Life gets stuck inside the grab net out in the open, and Spirit's just trapped off with an op. Another situation where I think a rifle would be better. But yeah. Not a good half from DRG, but I think they were starting to figure something out at the end. And to be honest, they did get a little bit unlucky because Leo hit some devious clutches in round 7 and, what was it, round 5 and 7 or something? Like, insane clutches. Oh, round 3. It was round 3 and 7. I just see my notes. Yeah, I mean, look at this defense. They've only got a cam on C. They're playing retake C with a triple senti comp. It's crazy.
先把中路前点控下来，估计，因为其实 A 大前点的位置的话，让 Vukashu 控的比较早，他们现在有很多摇摆的空间。
What would I consider Britain's second city behind London?
也可以是反过来的时候一个先锋位。
是比较全能。
现在 XLG 就明牌 C 点就。
At this point, because a lot of stuff is starting to migrate there, I would consider it to be Manchester. But I think there's good arguments for Birmingham or I mean, maybe you could even say like Edinburgh or something, but I think it's probably Manchester. A lot of the media stuff is moving over there, and a lot of other business is starting to move over there as well. In an effort to try to like diversify where business is concentrated. I mean, 90% of it's in London.
有警觉性，但是有这个杀伤力不够。那后续 Raga 在另一侧也是在看到人，56还用过点抽一个。DRG 这波转币其实有被 XLG 捕捉到啊。
没时间了，
时间不够了，过点 Life 也直接被接住。
Well, you can see how this one ended up being a 13-2 or whatever the fuck the score was.
还可以赚11滴就。
He almost already finished that drink? Yeah. I mean, I drink quickly. It's a problem when I have an alcoholic drink in my hand. I drink the same speed if it's, you know, whiskey. That's why I can't buy alcohol in the house anymore. I just fucking guzzle that shit. And then I get very fat and very drunk.
卡这个口子出来。
But the fat part bothers me more, to be
这
honest.
场有点快。
Raga 的位置也是一个名牌了，现在留一手又被清理掉，这一分有机会去硬顶进来吗？
来看楼梯这个位置
，Norman 补了，Happy 唯有正义完成了收尾。
攻防两是。
I don't think there's any point really watching the rest of this game, but we'll do it anyway, just for completion's sake. Thank you, Retro. See you around. I'm just about to show your stuff on stream, actually. Unfortunate. But you can always look at the VOD. Yeah. I wonder, does XLG have a VOD of them playing Lotus where they start defense side? So that you could actually see the defense. Let's have a look. Lotus. Yes, they have one VOD where they started defense side against Tech. Now, Tech are kind of ass, actually, but they still took 4 attack rounds. Or rather, Tech took 4 defense rounds against them. So, that's pretty impressive, actually. I think we should actually watch this VOD. I didn't want to, but I think we probably should. When's it from? Upper quarterfinals? Yeah. Yeah, I think we should probably take a look at how they run the defense. But we'll do that after this. Should we do it after this? We should probably do it right now, to be honest. Yeah, let's do it right now. Fuck it. It's only 12 rounds. It's only 12 rounds. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Does alcohol really make you gain a lot of weight? Because that would explain a lot about my life, Lamau. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it does. I mean, there's just a lot of calorific content in alcohol. I mean, if you're drinking like straight liquor or something, then it's not going to put on as much weight as... you know, beer, but depends what you're drinking. Why are we watching Tech? We're not, we're watching XLG. We're watching this to see how the... I'm in the bathroom installing my brake. Okay, never mind. All right. While Retro's in the bathroom, though, I'm going to show you what Retro got me as a gift, because it's very cool. All right, let's take a short break. I've got to get my fucking bag up here. Yeah. Let me find it. Okay. All right, first of all, there was a very sweet little handwritten card. That was very cute. That was very lovely. The entire point of this, let me give some kind of context. Retro said that he was giving me a reward, I suppose, for completing... What game even was it? What game was this that I completed? Was it Pokemon Infinite Fusion? No, it can't have been, because these weren't fused Pokemon. What was the game that I completed? I can't even remember, bro. It was oh, it was the Ludwig mod. You're right. It was the Ludwig mod. Yes, it was what's it called? Mogul Platinum. Yeah. So I completed Mogul Platinum, and Retro said that he would get me a gift, and he was like, "Oh well, what Pokemon carried you through that game?" And I was like, well, I think it was mostly my Garchomp, but then when I got the Giratina at the end and it got to level 70, the Giratina was insane and I dominated the Elite Four with it. So, as a reward, hello, let's see if I can focus, there we go. He got me a tag team Garchomp and Giratina Pokemon card. I didn't even know tag team cards existed. I didn't even know that was a thing. It was fucking awesome. So that's sick. And then, as like a little extra, I haven't taken these out of the packets yet as well. I don't know. I mean, yeah, they've got like protective stuff on them too. But then he also got me a a Skeledirge card because I said that this Pokemon was cool and I wanted him to build a VGC team around it. Unfortunately, that VGC team I couldn't pilot and lost every single game, but it's cool. I like it. Torch Song's a fucking awesome attack. He doesn't actually have Torch Song on the card. He has something called Burning Voice. And I don't play the Pokemon trading card game, so I mean, that'll just be a piece of like artwork. But this one is actually my favorite. As much as this one was not supposed to even be like a thing, this one is actually me and my wife's favorite. When we saw this, we were in a car going up to my in-laws and we were just cackling in the car. It's a Magic the Gathering card, right? Of which I have been compared to Magic the Gathering cards multiple times. Bren and Kurt frequently refer to me as the Edgewall Innkeeper because I don't know, I just give off that vibe, I guess. But this one, could you find a better card than this? It's not the Edgewall Innkeeper. It's a card called Dingus Egg. Dingus Egg, bro. How good is that? That is incredible. It's me. I'm a Dingus Egg. It's so good. Hello. Hello, camera. Guys, I'm blurry now. Forever. Guys, I'm just blurry forever now. What if you decided to refocus? What if you refocused? Oh my god, wait, hold on. Hold on. The egg is the power. Wow, the egg held the power to the camera as well. It was part of the puzzle all along. So yeah, I had no idea that there was a Magic the Gathering card called Dingus Egg. So good. Genuinely so good. The secret was the Dingus Egg. Oh, it's so nice. Yeah, so thank you very much, Retro. Extremely sweet of you. I really like that. Okay, let's dive into this one, though. The reason that I'm watching this VOD is because we barely got to see the defense side of this comp. And I do think the defense side is the weak side. So I think if XLG pick Lotus, most teams should be picking to start on their attack side, I think, rather than their defense. And you might say, well, why the fuck would you start on attack against a triple Sentinel comp? But the reason is that Lotus is the kind of map where you actually do have to play it aggressive sometimes. You want to be threatening a mound. You want to be threatening some mound pressure at various times. You want to be threatening some level of a rubble fight or, you know, some kind of trap play around here. You sometimes want to be, you know, posting somebody up on an angle like this and running a trap play in C or whatever. Sometimes you want to be playing retakes. It's a triple site map. You've got to be playing retakes sometime. Is this a good retake comp? I don't think so. Doesn't look like a good retake comp to me. Maybe when it has the Deadlock and Fade ults, it can retake all right, but mostly it's not. You have 3 Sentinels to cover 3 sites, and it's a very passive comp, so it actually shouldn't perform that well on defense, I think. So let's have a look. They do win this defense side 9-3, but also Tech are kind of shite. So pistol round, full push through C. This is very active for this comp.
XLG 在这边再往前推啊，3人的一个前推，2人回到点后，但对面进点非常的顺利啊。是的。不过有伏笔哦 ，A 点留了一个战术监控。这手断的一个位置，这个凹槽里面，我觉得 XLG 会去搜，这反应也太快了。那就看 Dynamite 能不能架住了。如果架不住这份防守，应该是很难的。要往2楼去顶了，现在得主动出击。体坛的视野里面，那 Happy 伟也去想要去尽可能加一个过点。
So what does the A retake look like here? I would imagine that they want to save wall ideally. Howdon gets inside the smoke as well. But I mean, I don't think you're ever really going to be able to save wall in this spot. Maybe if you went tree. I mean, look at that wall. I think that was a panic wall from Raga. I don't think that's where he intended it to go. But I don't know where he intended it to go. Like, was he trying to use the wall to cross here? Was he trying to use the wall long range like this? Oh, there's no way Lysol clutches that. Brother. I mean, shouldn't be winning that round. Just shouldn't be winning that round. Okay, this round they have trip and stun B with the fade. And a stun A plus Raga with an outlaw. Hello, Washin. Doing alright, thank you. How are you doing? Your friend got placed in a match against Wolfie at a local Pokemon tournament? God damn. Did he win? He got one round on him? Oh, that's sick. The best retake tool they have is 5 of the top shooters out of China. Yeah? But they're not really... None of them are really shooting at the moment, apart from Happy Way. Then again, Leo played really damn well on that Lotus game that we just watched. And Raga's always got the ability to turn up. Then again, doesn't normally do it at Globals. Okay. So, bonus round. What are you doing on the bonus? Pretty limp bonus. Hold on, let's have a look at this properly. So they have Cypher just holding towards C. It's a full retake C setup. In fact, it's like a... Look, this cam spots the player planting, or the player playing over there, and you can get like tags on them, and then you can... Or you can just spam off the cam contact as well. But the idea being that you're putting a lot of pressure on people standing in this quadrant here. Then they're running a B delay setup is what I would call this. So if they see that people are going fast B, if they hear a lot of noise, if the trip gets broken, that kind of stuff, they can crack through this door and try to flood defend, I would guess is what they're going to do. And then otherwise you want to fight rubble. So this I could imagine being a pretty standard setup for them, actually. What rubble util did they throw? Slow and the Gravnet, along with the Haunt. Slow, Gravnet, Haunt. And then No Man gets killed in the corner and Raga gets killed as well. But I think this setup makes sense.
体坛在拿到2个人数优势之后，也没有着急提速一波，因为他们也很清楚，再往前走有可能会面对一波技能潮。关键优势已经够大了，那现在其实可以搞点静默嘛，看看 XLG 有没有一些主动发难。那主动发难一旦没抓到我的人，你又爆，这边也确实能在后点位先等住。而现在 B 包其实效果是。How
did they get the fade in so quickly?
C 区有战术监控。
Oh, they're just making all the noise in the world and then not smoking heaven. I mean, this is it's the problem with watching VODs sometimes like this is like, okay, I'm watching to see if XLG are playing well, and then the other team dribbles on themselves so hard that it makes it look like XLG have got something good going on when I think actually most of the time they just lose B control there for free.
是，但这个角度好像防守方没有太多技能了。
要双拉吗？戴德麦的有雷，踩雷飞剑再去破一侧。那现在他其实吃到的信息有点多了，接引加暗手，他知道有2个在堵他 AB 连。Happy 尾的位置有大概率是在 C 的，其实
No paranoia. Are they gonna like jump peek themselves in? No, I don't know what Leo was doing. Just swapping out for the outlaw. Well, they did some damage. I don't think they'll be upset about that round.
看一下来到 XLG 的长枪分，体坛应该是会调整策略的。对面有长枪情况。
Wow. Okay, that's a very specific omen trip.
他硬抢这个 A 大。
Is that where he threw it in the previous round? No.
需要去
拿到优势的。
对，而且
来到 XOG 的长枪分，体坛应该是会调整策略的。对面有长枪情况下，硬抢这个 A 大是没有那么好的。
So this round they only throw the haunt and nothing
体坛应该
else.
是会调整策略的。
Well, a smoke. They throw a smoke and a haunt.
是没有那么好的去拿到优势的。
对，而且
And then what?
你要说起来的话，从英雄特质上来说，反而零这个英雄的扛点能力还要稍微弱一点。现在
They get the wall posted deep. Yeah, I remember this.
手段比较多。
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
吃压力，其实相对来说被惩罚的概率很小，所以直接来玩焰火近点 ，XLG 推得很快，第二时间在与叶灵去隐蔽自己的身形。 留一手在高点，这一整个套餐就是为了逮你这一手的。
没错，就是在等你自己跳进来。
哦，而且第二时间这个摄像头
可以穿，
但是确实有点厚啊，
穿的差一点啊，好像
有点可惜。Happy 这个穿
好像还有套路，起墙。
哎，但这波其实稍微有一点点小问题，但是。
Is this actually good, or did Happyway just get 2 random bullshit kills there? That wall is not good, right? I mean, he just falls off it immediately. I don't think Raga even has angles on anyone. Maybe he does. Okay, Raga's got angles on someone or something. He's got angles. At least you could high-low a player on the left. I don't know what Raga can see, to be honest with you. Can Raga see this? I'm not sure. You might only be able to see like from here. This corner might be in his face. I'm not sure.
Happyway 不讲道理的穿射，这是他的招牌了。
那现在剩下2人被卡在了水下，位置不是很理想。
一点点轻，而且被捆住的情况下，可口硬掰一个延误侧
，they get both the kills
同时倒地 ，XLG 的协同。
It'd be nice to see that from Raga's POV. Can we see a replay?
战术监控。 很轻松的拿到了点内大部分的落位信息，通过穿射也做的一个战术。
Now how does this not kill, by the way? How does that not kill? But I've seen many times before when you hit that box, it kills the player behind it.
信息通过穿射也确定人数的优势，
很有逻辑。而且第一时间，包括第一时间是没有被穿掉嘛，但是 Happyway 的一个行为。
Isn't this the first time they played this comp in an official? No, they've played it so. This is the first time they played it recently, but they've played it a lot in the past. If you look at their stats all time on Lotus, so this looks like the first time that they've played it, right? Which is the game that we're watching. But they also played it here at Champs, and they also played it 3 times here in the run-up to Champs. And that I think should have been the first time that they played it. Yeah. So they started playing it during 2020. Oh, it was 2025. I thought it was 2024. Yeah, they played it in 2025. Dude, I'm getting my years mixed up. Sentinels Champs 2025. Yeah, of course, not 2024. Sentinels did really well at Champs in 2024. Dude, I'm getting my years completely mixed up sometimes now. But yeah, they've played it quite a bit.
付出很大的代价。
对，所以你能看得出来 ，XLG 现在对于战术的执行。
It's a comp that they have many weeks, if not months, of theory on. XLG weren't in tier 1 until 2025? Oh yeah. That would have been an easy way of thinking about it. They're an Ascension team, aren't they? XLG and DRG.
别人想进点有点难，甚至我觉得对于卢卡斯来说，只要小火龙看到机会，这个叶灵也是能推的。
在那边，但显然 XLG 也很清楚对面是有反扑的住。
What gave Vukashu what gave Happyway the confidence to run the deep trip on Mound this time? He just didn't see anything, got a one-way, went for it.
上分投资的终极技能并没有得分，这一回合可能要围绕小火龙有没有一些爆发的可能性了。别人想进点有点难，甚至我觉得对于卢卡斯来说，只要小火龙看到机会，这个叶灵也是能推的。
在那边。 但显然 XLG 也很清楚对面是有反扑的终极技能在的，所以这分没有主动往前去探啊，甚至地图控制都没有做太多。
甚至我觉得他们有可能。
So they're doing this instead of going for the rubble control.
多一点时间装模作样一下，能不能在前端把你的叶灵给逼出来，我就撤了。
哦，还有玉成啊。
I wonder if they do this on ecos, on anti-eco zone.
判断输人有点多。
关键这个时候看 Raga 了，前点位换了一个1换1出来，哎。
They were not thinking about Neon Ult jumping on them there. Oh, now they've given the gun away. Thankfully that was Spitfires that had the gun. He had gun and Neon Ult. But now it's Dynamite, and now surely Leo is not winning the 1v3. You're getting old? Yeah, I am getting old. I am definitely getting old.
对于 Leo 来说，
给技能就暴露位置了。
拿信息投币位，打掉一个之后 ，Coco 他其实有一点担心，两侧都有可能。
Okay, if this guy's gonna win another clutch on Lotus, maybe this is just his map.
对
That broke the economy of XLG getting thrifty
这
there.
是一个好消息啊！而且他们手里面
They've got a lot of different looks. They're trying to accomplish somewhat similar goals, but they do have a lot of looks. I'm surprised that Nomad didn't go for the wall there. Like, wall this off. Maybe it's not as useful to wall this off because they can be default past it. But it still feels like it would be decent. Did they just get grabbed by that? They did. They're gonna lose this. Alright, hold on. Hold the phone. 5v5.
走到直接逼出来，但很爽，因为他们人够多，一时激活。哎
Run into the trip. Raga dies to the nade when he was trying to fall into pit to play off the trip. Happyway gets a kill on the player that got caught in the trip though, so it's all fair in love and war. Lucas gets grabbed by the Annihilation, which is a really good ultimate. And then Leo with the only rifle kills Howdon alone there. They're just kind of like scrapping it out from heaven. They then wall the left side so that when they retake path, they're all going to be pathing like this. But that also means that they can't get timing like this by the post-plant players. It's probably good for them. Also, the spike is in heaven because they grabbed the Fade who had the spike. So that was always going to be a disaster of a round from Tech. Huh. I mean, that looked really potent, but it did require somebody to run into a trip, somebody to challenge alone towards heaven, and somebody to get caught in an annihilation. I wonder how it looks if only one of those things happens, because I think only one of those things happening is more likely.
执行了出来，上京东搜无畏巡回，福利 buff 拉满，让我们再来看一下半线的高亮、鬼眼的效果都有去展示。
对，加上断魂索道以及刚那联赛的
很相似的，就是你本来有一个气势。
Oh, this time they've put the sonic sensors on C. They've put the sonic sensors on C and a cam deep to peak, and they're doing their rubble control.
应该是给队友发了把墙。 对，牺牲了一些护甲。
然后可能要围绕这个叶灵来一分了，但是这个点又放给你，
而且又是过点可以去穿的半线。不过这一次雷是清了前点的。
这个其实还不错啊，但这样就要防一手 Happyway 的穿射。如果能够一点点摸排进到点里面，然后靠着叶灵去顶一侧，对吧？瀑布或者家里直接就顶穿。
哦，这次的真监控给的是外面。
刁钻，难防。 下包了，而这两个烟雾其实都能够去辅助 Happyway 加一些过点枪位，同时 Raga 已经先得手，
又穿掉了 Lucas。
暗眼推出来，看起来这个暗眼的效果会非常好，应该是黑到了2个铁骑星元的绽放，但是 Raga 又再打掉一个，同时正义，罗之六的正义。
The sensors are, I mean, the whole setup is actually really nice to play for retake, isn't it? I mean, it's not like brilliant for retake, but the setup is. Cage, or rather when they're popped, it's more like a big wall blocking any of the angles here so that you can walk back in. And then if they try to take a timing to peek you as you scale waterfall, they get hit by the sonic sensor here. So that's quite nice. I mean, this sonic sensor might get broken earlier on the exec if somebody actually... Because it's pretty common to path like this on execs as well. But if they don't path like that, the sonic sensor is really nice to help you get out waterfall. I guess this one helps as well. The one tucked around this corner. But it's not actually that tucked. Like the sonic sensor is actually holding this space here. I wonder if it would be better to hold the corner space. So that if somebody tries to be holding, like, because there's a pillar here, right? If somebody tries to swing around this side as you're pushing out, you try to stun them rather than stunning this space in front of you that you can control with your gun anyway. Anyway, I quite like it. Like, I think it's sensible what they're going for here. If you have to play C retake with this comp, they've got a lot of threats. Like, you have to be worried about the spam damage coming off the cam. And then if you break the cam early like they do here, you have to be worried about running into sensors or trips or whatever the fuck else they've left here. It's a nice shot too from Leo. Getting back on his feet and no man pressures the flank. I think it's my favorite map that I've seen from any of the Chinese teams. It's so cool. I hope people don't ban it against XLG. So many teams want to play Lotus. I can't imagine many people are going to be banning it. You probably should, because then XLG's map pool is... it just collapses if you get rid of this. But I don't think many people in Valorant think like that.
其实理论上来说 ，C 点应该更多的压力给到逼迫 XLG 去换防的。
There aren't many teams that target ban, or at least they don't target ban maps that they're good at.
而且我觉得后续再进到 C 之后，要打得更加激进一点，你不能就只站在水下那一条。
Did you answer why they use a Cypher over a Vice? Oh no, I never did. Sorry. Okay, so one of the reasons that they use a Cypher over the Vice is just because the Cypher's better to 4-1 with. So XLG are running a 5-person execs a lot of the time, right? On their attack side. This is. And on their attack side, sometimes you want to be 4-1. So sometimes you want somebody to be lurking here while the rest of your team goes A. Sometimes you want one person to be lurking B. You know, wherever it is. The Cypher's ability to, let's say off barrier, you cam here and you get to see into B. Off barrier, you cam here and you get to look towards Mound. You cam here or you cam here and you get to look towards... some level of A information, depending on if you wanted to go back to it or whether you're wanting to like see exactly what they're doing and think that they're going to be playing softly. And the Cypher gives you more opportunities then to go back into A. One of the big things that this comp is going to struggle with is that if you don't go rubble at the beginning of the round, let's say your game plan is we're going to 4-1 and we're going to try to go C, and then we need another option if it fails. The Cypher offers you a really good option if it fails, because as you do your C exec, let's say they've stacked it and maybe you end up in a 4v4 where you've lost some of your util, like maybe you don't have a Sage Wall or something. I don't know. You for whatever reason you can't go for a C pop again. The cam that you've placed down on A somewhere is going to give you information about whether somebody's playing close. You can even cage to check close. You might be able to get information on whether someone's playing here with your cam, depending on the position of it. You might be able to spot somebody else who's playing like backstairs if you were camming at this spot, for example. And you can cage here as well. I mean, depending on whether you have a cage. Like sometimes you might use the cage for the noise to see if somebody's playing close with a judge. And depending on the economy, maybe you would use a cage here with a bit of a jump throw to be able to clear out rubble and give you another option back into the round. So that gives you more, I think, freedoms to do stuff on your attack side with a 4-1 than the Vice possibly would. Yeah, I think the Vice might be a bit better on the defense side, but the way that they're playing is mostly like C soft retake-ish kind of style stuff anyway. And so your Vice would be alone defending C in a lot of these rounds and wouldn't have a great time of things anyway.
Sure.
Why am I spending my evening VOD reviewing China instead of watching the Champions Finals? I don't care about the Champions Finals. That's the main reason. I don't watch football particularly, and I don't have a dog in the race. I don't even know which dogs are in the race.
这一分看起来体坛把关键的要到全部要到，但是 Raga 在这个 A B
They've walked into
进
Raga.
一步的反抢。但是小伙
Carmen Corp's playing? Oh, holy shit.
就收啊，
They got the blue. What was the football tie-in that they did? That anime? The anime or manga that's like Blue Shield? I think that's an insurance company in the US. Blue Lock? Is that what it's called? Yeah, math material. Blue Lock. Oh, bro. You can wall that now without having to expose yourself? Dude, look at that. You can wall off Blue Room on a B retake whilst you're here. That's crazy. I don't know if it's going to work for them. I mean, actually it is. They know where the last player is. Fade all his ass and... Oh man, he doesn't even need to. He's absolutely cooked them. What a Sage Wall though, man. What a Sage Wall. Hey, baby. He's struggling. Well, like for the night? It's 7 p.m., but yeah. Okay. You'll probably wake up a bit early, but yeah. Yeah.
以及在残局当中的游刃有余，我觉得他其实相较于大师赛回来，真的进步的太多了。
对你现在看他残局操作，你会觉得他很。
I know you are an EP little guy. I've only got 3 more rounds of this, and then I can take a break and chat to you for a bit before you go to bed, and then.
Well, I'm going to bed. Just come talk to me in bed.
Yeah, in bed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Leo's played that really nicely, hasn't he? And the range of the Sage Wall is incredibly important with the options that it gives him in that round. I can't believe that we saw that wall and then it mattered so much. What will happen to XLG's comp once Riot buff the Sentinel class again? Could this become meta? It's the kind of comp that you actually do have to put quite a bit of time into to understand how it works. But I mean, it looks good. If they buff the crap out of Sentinels, it might be really, really good. When you guys cast, do you call him Leo or I am Leo? Is that what that means? Is that what WS means? It's like short for I am?
在 XLG 这个队伍当中，还真不是那种因为指挥要牺牲太多的角色。
哎，这波对手有一些摆扑，队友有勾到，会搜吗？这个点
没搜，没搜，剑影回来，有线有烟，都能爆。哇，这样的配合，I
mean, I would just call him Leo, but that's also because I didn't know what the WS meant. Then again, if somebody called them if someone called themselves in English, I am Leo, I think we would still just call them Leo. It's a declarative statement. I'm gonna follow the declarative statement. That's cool though, I didn't know that. Thank you for the info. The ancient knowledge comes up clutch again. And fun hands too. I haven't watched a single China game. How many rounds does the best Chinese team get against Paper X in a BO3? Bruh, I don't know. EDG against Paper X? I'm not sure. Maybe like... I would be surprised if they got over 20. I gotta be honest. But they could. Like, EDG... I have the ability and the form right now to turn up if Paper X having a bad day. And Paper X have had bad days before. But I would expect it to be like... If I had to guess right now a Paper X versus EDG game, I would expect to see a scoreline of something like 13-8, 13-10, maybe. Something like that. Or maybe even, depending on what the maps were, if EDG's map pool was punished a bit, maybe it would be more like 13-10 on EDG's pick and 13-6 or something on the map that wasn't theirs. I don't know. Like, it really depends. Is Lysol better than he was when he was at Wolves? I don't know. he's pretty decent, but I thought he was pretty decent when he played for Wolves, to be honest. He just had some, like... I think he has... I suspect he has a bit of nerves, because he was messing up some really simple stuff when he was playing at the global stage. But then he was also coming up with some important rounds. He looks more consistent than he does when he looks fairly consistent when he plays in China. But when he was at globals, he was up and down and all over the place. So I'm wondering if that happens again. I wouldn't say Lysor is the star player on the team, though, at all. I'd say he's probably... He might even be the fourth best on the team. I'm not really sure. It's either third or fourth, and Leo's kind of impressing me right now, actually. But Happyway is clearly the best player, I think. Then Raga. And then probably Leo. Then Lysor, then Noman. Something like that. But Noman's flexibility has been incredibly important for them too. So I'm not saying he's terrible. All this VOD review for trying to go 0-6? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Part of the job. Part of the job. Let's just go back to the beginning of this round again. It's a 4-player stack on Rubble with the aim to, you know, throw the horn, lock it off. So there goes the wall. And Coco breaks it. I mean, it feels like it would be really... This is the annoying thing as well. If you start as the attacker, lurker, breaking this wall frequently, they can hop somebody up en route as that smoke falls and be like, in theory, they could be like triple facing you right there. If they realize that you've been doing this a lot, they could be triple facing you as just like a twist to try to punish you punish you for breaking the deadlock wall. And that would be... So, like, you really still have to be careful here as Coco. He's trying to make as little noise as possible and only show a single person there. But now they've seen Neon and Fade. So they put... Yeah. The ult here I don't think is good from No Man. This is the kind of thing you could do if it was only Coco, but you know that there's probably 5 players there now. Maybe 4. But... in your head, you're probably thinking 5, because you've just seen Neon and Fade and the Lurker, which is Coco. So if they're there, the other 2 are probably out as well. Trip absolutely wrecks them. Trip high enough to not get caught by the Fade. Prowler as well. Devastating. Have I got any Cypher mains in the chat, by the way? What is the tech with that? Well, that's why we need spawns in the chat again. What is the tech with placing your traps so that they don't get caught by prowlers? Because when I was first learning Cypher, like back in, you know, before you guys were even born, the general rule of thumb was that if you crouch down and it's at eye level, it's impossible to jump over, right? Just as like a standard rule of thumb. But I think you're going to need it higher than that so that the Prowler goes underneath it. But I don't actually play enough Cypher to know how high you're supposed to put it. It's one of those things I should test in the game. Put Trip as low as possible. Yeah, but if you put it really low, I mean, I guess you could put it low. But here he's put it so that so like, look at this Trip. This Trip, the Prowler goes under it, not above it. But yeah, you can put them on the floor. But I'm asking specifically because I feel like the low one is pretty simple. It's just like put it fucking low. Put it low, bro. But It needs to be head height while crouched. Like top of the head or something?
必大先把 XLG 人调回到中区之后，再去反抢两端了。不然的话，你一直在两侧去做一些动作，对面压力很小很小。
完焰火想抓，但没有
That's a nice wall from Raga.
过不去了。
Uh-oh. Leo, bro. Oh my god, you got a bit lucky there.
而且自己的位置也有点危险。强虽然
You need to put it slightly higher than eye level. Crouching the trip then is still not possible. Prowlers go under. Skydog, it needs to be even higher. Right.
碎掉，进攻方再进一步的投资，
哇，被这瓶盖卡在这儿了，
但怎么样都进不
Oh
去。
my god.
还有一个雷
They were worried they were
自己这
trapped.
个雷也没有很好的效果，铁骑军援绽放。但是 XLG 铁了心要在后点位再去。
I mean, this is an interesting round because it's one of the few times where we see them use their utility to try to hold onto the back sight of A and actually anchor it. And it doesn't look amazing. It looks annoying,
加了 Leo，
but it doesn't
第一侧
look
回来，对面帮的器刚刚装，十面是很多的。
amazing.
这一分做不到。
Let me just go back to the beginning of the round.
调回到中区之后
So this wasn't actually supposed to be a lock round, right? I mean, maybe they could have tried to turn it into an A lock round if the Haunt hadn't seen anything and Nomad just runs up. But
去做一些动作，对面
yeah, so if you see a bunch of players over towards Rubble and they do something fast and aggressive, XLG are going to drop back into defensive anchor positions at A,
但是 Dynamite 还有
and they're going to use their walls defensively.
而且自己的位置也有点危险。
And you're still going to have to get through a lot of people, but
进一步的投资，
you can always pivot B here. I feel like these rounds would work really nicely against XLG.
不去，还有一颗雷，自己的这个雷也没有很好的效果，铁骑军援绽放。但是 XLG 铁了心要在后点位再去争夺，这样会给到体坛不多的一个机会，能否把握住？马上再上来，体坛把所有的机会都把握住了。
啊，只剩下了 Leo， 走楼梯一侧回来，对面帮的器刚刚装，十面是很多的。
这一分做不到，而最后体坛也完全是靠着。
Yeah, I think that's the kind of thing that would work really well. I could see the good Lotus teams doing that a lot against XLG. We open A, we push you back defensively, we force you to use a bunch of your utility, we threaten the B pivot. If we do it early enough in the round, we could even threaten to go all the way back over towards C. Yeah, it feels like opening A is very strong against their comp.
可以看到 XLG 他们的一进来。
Okay, was that all 12? I think that was all 12, wasn't it? All right, that's the little tangent over and done with. We can now watch the next map. We can move on from Lotus. Unfortunately, though, the rest of the game, I think, is going to be far less interesting. I think we started on the most interesting map, and now we just have to kind of watch two teams that aren't that great at the rest of the maps. Which is a bit sad, but there it is. During this half, Tech got conditioned that the B pivot just loses. I think in a closer game, they probably pivot. Yeah, fair enough. True. Didn't you also say you go chat to your wife? You are absolutely correct. Thank you. You've just saved my marriage. You've just saved my marriage. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Right. Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Where are my pants now? My pants? I'm wearing shorts today because it's bloody warm. I'm wearing pink shorts. Is that... Did you think that I just wasn't wearing anything? How's my marriage? Saved. Thanks to that chatter. Okay. Let's watch this. So this is Breeze. What do we know already about these teams on Breeze? We know that... we know that... Let's have a think here. Let's have a think. I can't remember what I saw XLG doing last time, so let's have a look back through the VODs. Through the notes, sorry. Haven, where's my Breeze notes? Let's search Breeze. Okay, Breeze. That's EDG. Oh, no, it was EDG versus XLG. Fuck. I missed it. I was mostly, to be honest, focused on... they had very passive defense setups, XLG, but I didn't really pay too much attention to their attack side because I was mostly focused on EDG. All right, well, it gives us an opportunity to pay more attention now, I suppose.
搜无畏巡回福利 buff 拉满，进入到第2张地图微风岛屿。
对于 XLG 来说，上来扛这个进攻边是有一些压力的，他们进攻边的胜率只有35%。
哦，真的有点低了。
啊，毕竟昨天的比赛确实感觉进攻式打得没有那么的舒服。
Different retake wall than I've seen other people use from DRG。
的一个次数有点太多了。那今天其实也要看一下 XLG 怎么去处理这个中区啊。
这中区打得很主动，已经把2人送到近点了。
这张地图
现在
改完之后。 防守方式一定要顶出的，
对，至少顶一边。
那现在底线已经是整个被 XLG 给拿了下来，安置爆能器，要看一下 B 小这边的反顶以及中区的反绕了。这边其实 DRG 的速度会放的有点慢。
They get in really easy. Hyperway plays this back window position. He misses the timing on them. Ooh, great shot from Spirit. Does XLG have any kind of reaction? Yeah, they try to push forwards into Vakashu. Zap Xanax, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you very much.
DRG 这分的围剿，留一手虽然找了一片很好的区域，留一手连打2人，还有机会。
Nice try from Lysol. Good positioning on the retake from DRG.
很多时候就这样退出来，他就是先找 Happy Way 的，是。
因为他本身就作为一个单线的位置嘛，边线是比较好容易抓的。
1比0，那手枪分拿下。
Thank you very much for the 14 months of Prime. Appreciate it. Egg, look up. I saw your essay, and I've decided to do my VOD review instead. Not all chat messages are gonna get read out. I saw the joke. I figured it's probably not that funny, and I gave up.
先加枪，现在留给武卡水一个有点难解的局面了。
Well, can Vakashu clutch this one?
但爆能器已经被安置了。这个手稳交完之后，其实武卡水就没有。
It's not an essay, it's a joke. I know, I saw. It's a fucking essay of a joke. It's a joke of an essay as well, I suppose.
第2发已经没了，现在是个1v2。
他不确定第2个人的位置在哪儿，看到了，
但是
Where's I ranked up yesterday by getting into a game with 4 angry Smurfs. Just keep rolling the dice until you get the games where you can get carried. As long as you don't tilt in your rank games, you're better than 50% of the player base immediately. So play some standard stuff, and Play some standard stuff and don't tilt, and you'll probably win about 51% of your games. I do the same, but I lose the other 9 to get that 1 win. That's gonna be a problem. And also, that's what I've been doing recently, so I don't have any advice to stop that.
感觉这一波完了之后，现在
我觉得可以，对，主要还是
只要把点清干净就可以。
要提了，换了把枪。
Raga is in international form is a diabolical thing to say. And he just got a 2K on an anti-eco. Fukashu's popping people.
这要保证第一时间这个烟能释放出来。
What if I'm just bad though? Join the club. Join the fucking club. Okay, Raga just hard refights that. Both teams looking fairly competent in the B main scrap though. Like progression smoke being used here by XLG. They flash slide their way past the one way that DRG clearly want to fight over. Like a lot of the meta in China seems to be about around A main control. I think one of the reasons why other regions have moved away from this is that it's fairly susceptible to A splits. Because if you gather up really heavy here, normally you're going to have 2 players over in this area. And if your 1 player at double doors dies, these 2 are having a very hard time of things. And also, normally it means that the A side of the map is the strong side, and so you can run B pops more easily as well. But, some teams like XLG will probably run their KO on this side of the map, so that makes it a little bit easier. Yeah, picking off life there is pretty massive, but... Is it a bad peak from life? I don't think it's that bad. I think he just loses a duel. How's my day? My day's been lovely, actually, dude. I've had a great day. Oh, Nick has no idea what he's doing there. Look how difficult it is to position yourself when you're Nick there against an A split. He's got 1 player at A main and 1 player at doors, and he's got nowhere safe to stand. He feels so uncomfortable in those spots. When will I start working the broadcast for London? On the 12th, I think. I think it's the 12th of June. Why is the game so dusty? I don't know. I don't know why it has... I think this is just a bug. I think he turned a flash and it just like bugged his screen like this. I think it's just an observer bug though.
在他配合，而且Fukashu已经锁定了最后一人的位置，退回来先给敌方的压力。
但是时间已经不多了，他好像只能一摁到底。寻敌剑直接扎过来，没有操作的机会了，
没办法了。
Yeah, nice try by Fukashu, but well played there with the jump peak recon at the end. Did you already put your wife to sleep? I did, yeah. Boring ass husband.
话可能。 想去看一眼，
还是要复刻刚刚的那个套路。
Or murdering husband, I suppose, if we use the pet euphemism for going to sleep.
是不会去了这一分。
XLG 就是控中了这分，慢慢打。而对DRG来说，他这个中区也。
So this time they're not actually going to fight over A main control, I don't think. Because Spirit says solo just with a sheriff.
但中路其实你也不敢一直站着。
Oh, you're going to be free, Mr. RJ. Not bad. 15 days of downtime switching jobs. That's a nice little break.
需要去做2个点夹击的提防。中路直接再给你盖个烟，名牌控中。
Nice try by Fukashu. That's this whole series basically.
激进啊，是配合队友已经把中路前面的位置给踩下来了，想用他这把。
I mean, he's clearly got talent, but I'm also not seeing like. Again, I would still take Happy Way over him currently. From what we've seen.
对。
他只知道 A 大外可能没人，
还被拉扯回防了。
那 B 包点很危险，现在
这个窗口应该想看吗？又走了。
而且 Life 的位置被锁定了，而且一旦 B 小夹到这种位置，瞬间的启动你是拦也拦不住的。
过点得看我卡鼠这个过点有一个高速通道，时间快要结束了。
Only play with a rifle.
前面秒了，我卡鼠还有更多的说法吗？没有了，配合尼克拉出来，
NT
双拉式直接同时倒地，
人太多了，脸上
枪还被运走了。
是很难去处理。
Can we see me and Minnie on the desk together?
还有一颗烟
I'm afraid not.
有点难。
Unfortunately, we're not scheduled to work at the same time. I would love to work a desk with Minnie, but it's not
我
on
现
the
在觉得有一
cards.
个尴尬的事情就是控中队，就你的反击没有那么大。
对。
I'm coming in, I think, as he leaves. And I think I won't be working a desk. The only reason that I was working the desk at Santiago was because Bren wasn't there. And he couldn't be there. The rest of the time, they want me as a caster instead of a desk analyst. I enjoy doing both, but it just, yeah, it doesn't make sense for me to do desk and Brent to just twiddle his thumbs or go on the desk with me, I
反清了
guess.
已经。小型无人机拿到 Raga 的信息，肯定也知道是不止他一个人的。
Team V said he's easily the best Senti right now and could get on any team with the Astros who put an Alpha on a different role.
然后第二时间再把这两个人调回到 A 小，一旦中区
I
夹 A 小，我这边
haven't seen it
来
yet.
看效果如何了。第一时间拉开了这个枪线，弗勒星走不掉 ，Spirit 连补一个 ，A 包是3个人，现在 XLG 知道还剩俩。
花林这个位置也很尴尬，前后都得看。
而且被夹了。
Presumably I will at some point in this game.
能打一个双架。
但是后续人太多了。
You like my hosting at Santiago?
花林这个位置
Yeah, I'd like to do some hosting more often, like properly on an analyst desk. It's not something I've done a lot of, so I'm not super comfortable at it. I've still got lots of areas where I could improve, but it's a fun challenge doing that kind of stuff.
Life 的狙似乎没打算回啊。这直接保狙了吗？零点射弹扎出来。换一下技能。
其实很难打这一分，如果强行回防，因为 Leo 手里其实还有大招的。
但你如果不回，可就是一个5比1了呀。
I'm not sure about this Viper wall. I think the one that we saw EDG using, where it goes more like this, I think makes more sense because you have a lot less of the area of the map for the attackers to play in front of your wall. Like, for example, the attackers could still be playing here or here, you know, these kind of positions. And I also think this wall has the advantage of, as you're like spamming it as a, let's say you're a post-plant player that's playing a main and this wall goes up and you hear a tap, it's much easier for the people retaking to push through the wall and try to get the kill on you while you're, you know, spraying the spike position. Whereas with this wall, you have to be so far away. You have to tap and then push all the way forwards before you can create that pressure. It just doesn't make sense. So I think even just in terms of the wall that Vikashi is using, I don't think it's the best wall here. I mean, I guess it's also useful for defending against A splits because you put the wall up and they can't push through here. But I don't think people want to path like that very often anyway. I mean, they will if you give them the chance, but lots of teams are happy just to smoke this off and go this way. Is it that good defending A? Like, would we want to anchor with this wall? I don't know.
就更多还是让文化主去试一下。
Maybe?
但是这样起狙出来的这个回合 ，DRG 仍然
With like an Astra smoke as well? So like you take contact as they try to go through the wall and then you Astra smoke. The problem is as they scale, they can go up like this and then through, and you can't see them in your anchor position. I think this wall's just trying to do too many things at once.
，Life 的位置可以适当的往外推一点，B 小或者说中区巢穴。
你控图有点控不住啊，看一下神秘 3K 男啊。OK， 没问题。
往外推 A 大。
还是那个问题，就 DRG 控不住图，现在就你没办法通过技能做反清。
换了一套。
所以他们现在就只能利用明狙嘛，解放一边。我觉得这是他们目前为止能够做的事情了。
而且这个0点秀他一直在拿你的信息啊，前点位压出来了。
我觉得有没有可能会意识到狙换了一个位置，然后 XLG 想去爆这个 B 包点，那 B 包点至少是一个3人重防，对 DRG 来说这是一个其实算是开局到现在为止。
So this time they've done an A defense with a weak A. Like A main defense, weak A, which is unusual. But they had bad guns. So I think that might have been part of the reason. And they went into the stronger site and they still kind of mopped them up. Would you personally want to cast the London finals or the Shanghai finals? Personally, give me the London finals. IMO. Because your voice is going out into the audience. It's also like a British crowd would be really fun. I've never done that before. At least I don't think I have. Yeah, I'd rather have London than champs. Hi. You washed your legs. Oh. My chat was just telling me that armadillos can give you leprosy, which is a reminder. We did talk about this, yeah.
Well, he did say they're not diseased. They get tested.
Yeah, I don't think he specifically said they don't have leprosy.
No, he said they're not diseased. Though.
Yeah, yeah.
Which the implication.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if.
Leprosy.
Yeah, but I don't know if the armadillos are diseased when they carry leprosy.
I think because they are known to carry leprosy, the fact that he said that means that they don't carry leprosy.
I'm sure that we have not got leprosy from armadillos. Yeah.
They would not let us touch them.
Yeah, probably.
They would be like, "Here's your hazmat suit."
Yeah, yeah.
Instead, they were like, "Shorts are fine.
Yeah.
Just wear real shoes."
Why are you up?
Because I had to wash my legs.
Oh, right. I see. Yeah. Sorry. I see what you mean.
Sorry, you're not a dum-dum.
It's the disease.
It's spread to your brain.
Yeah, it's got to my brain already.
I got a 7 on catfishing.
Did you? I only got 4 today. Oh, don't mock me for being stupid. Oh, God. B beasts me every day at catfishing. Every day. I did it when I was playing tennis earlier on, or like while I was waiting to play tennis.
Yeah, while I was playing tennis.
While you were playing tennis. And I found it to be a really difficult day today of catfishing.
It's an easy one.
You thought it was an easy one?
What did you get wrong?
I got... Well, hold on. Spoilers for catfishing in the chat. If you haven't played catfishing today, and you usually do, time to turn off the stream for a second. I got wardrobe malfunction wrong, which... Because I just couldn't think of the phrase.
I put in nip slip.
Nip slip, I think, is a very reasonable guess.
Yeah, no, it's the Janet Jackson thing. I was just trying to remember what the word was.
I did not know Portrait of Madame X. I did not know Carlos the Jackal.
I got that one.
You got Carlos the Jackal. You got Carlos the Jackal?
Yeah.
Fucking 6% of people got Carlos the Jackal. How do you know Carlos the Jackal?
Fucking smart.
And then I didn't get the French Quarter, which I'm sure you got because I'm not familiar with New Orleans.
Yeah. I didn't get James Clerk Maxwell or Horses.
Yeah, I didn't have a clue about those.
Screwed up wardrobe malfunction,
Yeah.
but I got everything else.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, you're just smart. Carlos the Jackal's a devious pull from you. As a devious pull. Well, is that a...
and he was also a
is that a Behind the Bastards or something?
No, he's Venezuelan, but he was in the PLF.
Yeah, it was in the PLF, right? Oh, no?
Yeah, yes.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's how you know him?
Hello? Hi.
We were just in the middle of a conversation, just taking a call with someone.
Yeah, give me just a second. I'll be right down. Bye. Your sister is outside.
Why?
And she's cold and she wants to borrow a sweatshirt.
Oh, fair enough.
Or a cardigan is what she said.
Yeah. Throw her one of my numbers.
Okay.
See if she wants the rainbow-coloured sweater that I have. You know the one that's like wiggly rainbow lines?
Mm.
She's going to Pride, no?
It's not really rainbow.
It's pretty fucking... It's not completely rainbow, but it's pretty well.
Zip up. Or she said cardigan, so I'm going to give her the zip up hoodie.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Seems reasonable to me. Okay. All right. Okay. Catfishing is way too hard for Gen Z bums like me. I get 0 or 1. It is really tough. But also, I think it's cool because you learn a lot of interesting things along the way. Okay. Let me log back in again. Yeah, chat, it's safe. We finished talking about
直
catfishing.
接来一波标准的提币。
Life 的狙还被追死了，狙也没保下来 ，Spear Z1 这个位置肯定也走不掉了。那最后
没办法
，Happy 为直接抓到一个刺成6-1。
哦，看了一下经济，好像狙击枪的经济也不还能。
Okay, tag timeout
有些时候
from DRG. Is that?
比不
Yeah.
了，至少抑制到
So
2
are they going to change their defensive setup? Yeah, they are. They're going to play the Viper wall
感觉还
on
是处理不了，至少
B
抑制到2人
instead.
的一个站位。
这个零点修探就直接让 Spear Z1。
It's another strange wall that I haven't seen too many teams use.
No walls on B. I went to therapy to knock it down.
Fucking hell. It's hard to VOD review with a heckler in your house. It's crazy.
It's hard to live in a house where someone is constantly saying your name and doesn't mean you.
Yeah, no, it's valid. But what should I call the B site if not B?
Bob.
Bob?
Yeah.
Anna and Bob?
Yeah. Well, I don't care about A.
You don't care about A? A and Bob? Right, so every time I say the B site, I have to say Bob instead.
Yeah.
Right, fucking hell.
I love you.
All right, love you. Good night. Good night. Good night. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay.
玩不了。
Live-in heckler. Okay. What the hell was I talking about? The B retake wall. Yeah, because it's kind of like a wall that you can anchor around a little bit. But again, it's like... It is, I think, primarily going to get used to retake. Then again, they're playing strong side B with it, so... Maybe they only play this with Viper ult, though.
不过还好他是不是起手就丢啊？是在你开大之后才丢的。
这分是有想法想把 Life 往外送一送了，然后还是投资了一些资源的，就开局把无人机交掉，让 Life 去监听。就中区我可以没有资格反击你，但是我得拿到一些信息啊，我得拿到一些主动权。
看一下这个过点。
我在想这个球。
Did you know our brains are getting smaller in size? No, I didn't know that. Why would our brains be getting smaller in size, and what is your source for that?
听是听到了，但是没打过就更糟糕。
Where am I right now? I'm in the UK, but I don't live in the Cotswolds. I live in York.
拿到一些优势吧，但是已经把点给占住了。
对，信息其实是拿到了，刚刚 TP 到重点的位置被打回去了。
你无处可逃。反交一手狂烈之怒，立刻这个狂烈之怒能不能有收益啊？好像没有。第三剑被夺完了。
All right, let's see how they use the wall.
干打的一个大
Lukashu's alive for this one.
的速度比较常规。所以职业选手肯定
All
是有
right,
预计到。
wall up,
看一下
scale from tunnel and CT.
Spear Z1 手里有大，要来了，但是有位置。
Waylay ult as well, but then they don't actually throw any util for that. That's so bad from Spirit.
那清起来没有道具的话，这个底线就更难过了。
你只能干
上下的双架。
Imagine if you got to that corner, and then now you were able to throw your saturate and scale.
干拉有双架。
哦，而且还有机器人，对吧？可以等会儿再拉一手就还好了。无论星的位置，还好 Raga 这边全部收掉。
And Raga gets
XLG 有惊无险。
Raga destroys them.
在
Sorry.
DRG 投掷了终极技能，甚至是2个的情况下，仍然没有奏效果。
没招，我觉得现在就是没招。就你这一分已经用回复来控 A 场了。 虽然被扎到了，但是已经回复展开了嘛。但另外一边 L 管的位置，你就只能够纯看 Life 拼枪了。但是 DRG 我觉得打到目前这个份儿上，他们很难有很好
打一下。
但就是你打的话，就会面对到 KO 的一套技能。
You have an excuse for not remembering Pokemon now. Supposedly, people growing up playing Pokemon have a specific part of the brain that fires when remembering them.
就是在第一拍，你至少。
What? What the fuck are you? But I did grow up playing Pokemon. So I should have a specific part of my brain that fires when remembering them. I mean, I didn't play a lot of Pokemon. I only played Pokemon Ruby. That was it. I only played one Pokemon game. No, maybe I played like... I think I played Fire Red. Nah, I'm not even sure. I think I literally only played one Pokemon game growing up, actually. But I did play Pokemon. Just not a lot. Obviously, you play Pokemon incorrectly. Yeah, I really did.
但现在就是害怕你消耗的过程中就掉人了呀。
关键这分是也没啥枪，说实话 ，Raga 也是
Raga just wrecked them on the entry there. And they weren't even trying to commit to an exec. I don't know what they were trying to do.
还有舌吻或者暗
What are
影
they trying to
只能
do
在
here?
中区先藏住，然后自己
They're going
想
for
办
an
法
elbow
多一点
default
人
and
在
then
第一拍，你至少要把这些技能给释放出来，你得骗一下。
Raga just decides to
不然的话
wander
后
into
续打
sight
对
with a
方
drone?
反制技能太
What's
多
the
了，有点站不
purpose
住
of
前点位得逼迫对手交
对
接嘛。
对对，消耗一下。
但现在就是害怕你消耗的过程中就掉
Oh, just to see if the stack is here?
人了呀。
关键这分是也没啥枪，说实话 ，Raga 也是如履平地啊，这个近点。
唯一有枪的人不在。
走到哪
It's a
打到
bit
哪
of a
现在
weird way of playing an anti-eco.
我看
I mean, you see that on some rounds where
现
like
在 XLG 虽然掉了一个人，
it's a
但他们可以
Yoru
把
that can
速度先放慢一下
escape, or it's a player that only has an outlaw, or a player that only has a ghost on a bonus or something.
关键他还是个
But
鼠
that's
尾，
a
这容错率
bit
其实
of
是
a
蛮低
weird
的。
way of playing it in
但
a
是
rifle versus
如果是
half by
Spirit
round.
的话，还是相信一下，对吧？
有闪吗
看他的支？架能力，
干拉
Full slow peeking into A main when they've been running A main defense the majority of this game.
关键
I just don't get it.
拖一下。
I just don't get it. The decision making is so rough from these teams.
对，关键是武卡许已经到了，一打一波，20秒钟加低，再去换位置。
漏脚步了，
武卡许现在也不是很着急，先等烟撒。
That's nice though.
这是什
Big
么
play.
闪？
Big play.
完全没有办法让武卡许去做这个反应。DRG 又错，太难了。
没有任
狠一点啊，就如果后面
Life
他们
is
在
defense
DRG
opping in
想
mid.
要
Oh, he's going
打
elbow
得
with
更
it.
好的话，我估计得换
He
阵儿。
immediately gets
就这一
tagged,
套现在在微
and
博上
recon,
太被动太被动了
and they now know that there's an op here.
Life
And Raga slides into the op
确实
player,
够快拿到优势了
hoping to catch a timing on him as he
都
escapes,
不太一样，对吧？
啊
and
上来其实
dies.
DRG 把箭头人物给拔掉了。
还要去要位置，小心无人机。
啊，确实得要位置，拿图权啊，拿中路的图
Why is
权。
China so bad at
但反了一
Valorant?
个无人机。
不过现在还有一个点是在于说人上面也有一定的优势，看怎么去做选择。
They started later
不会因为你掉一个人而减轻。
because they don't seem to be learning as well from contact with the other regions. And that's a little bit weird because in theory they could be like scrimming against the Pacific teams and learning from them. And they actually have quite a lot of like outside coaches from other regions as well, like Autumn signed now as well. Havoya, Fade, like, but for whatever reason, they don't seem to. I mean, there are a couple of teams. EDG are starting to incorporate some stuff that other regions are doing, and XLG have done in the past, though they're not doing it at the moment. They just seem to get very stuck in their own meta.
尴尬了，被压缩站位了。福乐星通过个人内线掰了一个，福乐星把口子卡住了。那这一分 DRG 感觉有机会了。
这就比较明显，可以去做出很快的判断，因为你先把 Raga 摘掉，然后 B 小的位置，因为无人机没有太多的失位，那其实，在 A 区的人已经做好了接点的准备嘛。
对。
来看一下 DRG， 其实在拿到优势的时候，
You guys are talking about fucking what penalties in the Champions League finals or something?
举 Life 的一个手杀
啊，
也很关键。
Who's even playing? Who is playing?
而且话又说回来，现在其实对 DRG
My chat is just getting used as a fucking co-stream chat room for a football match. PSG and Arsenal, I see.
2分确实有点极限了。
Piss versus Ars. I get you. I get you.
给了个0点秀探。
一侧无人机，另一侧
And it's gone to penalties?
武哈秀抓了一个很好的机会，先打掉一个。哎呦！
要提了，
第一波
前
手稳
给了个0点秀探。
一侧无人机，另一侧往人去往里进。
He gets another here?
抓了一个很好的机会，先
Yeah, I guess he just deletes Happy
打掉
Mac
一
and
个。
another orb.
哎呦，连续在接人。底线也是被占下来。来看一下DRG的一个反击，有些机会吗 ？Raga 死死站住，但是Nick 完成了补
Well,
强。
this is, I think, the first round of the Cashews actually won for his
需
team.
要去安置爆能器啊，DRG 可以
He has been shooting back. I think 6 of his kills were right at the
提
beginning,
前的
though.
预瞄。
他猜到了 Nick 的站
But
位。
this is the first round where he's actually got them an advantage early enough that they
其
can
实时间
convert
还
off it.
够，他们想要去骗一下敌方，看
Surely
有
they
人
win.
出来。
但是
Right?
福乐星位置根本不在预瞄。
56，
在这其实有一个绕啊，对于56来说，这如果还能意识到就夸张了。还好 Spirit 这边也是稳稳收下，再拿1分。 DRG 还是在这种比较艰难的环境之下，慢慢把思路给捋。
How do they decide to flood in? They don't really, do they? They don't really. Oh, I guess they flood a bit here with Neon Wall. Doesn't look great though.
就夸张了，还好
有到一些压力，所以他们上一分选择提速，但提速的效果就是不好，所以现在这一分过后 ，XLG 的选择是把速度放慢。A 场
还是先来控 A 的。
Who are you guys? Sorry, who are you guys talking about? That's in London with the team. Oh, you're talking about signed?
所以他们上一分选择提速，但提速的效果就是不好，所以现在
Oh, you're talking about Fade. Oh, Fade joined XLG. I didn't even realize that. When I was mentioning him earlier, I was just meaning from his work with Wolves.
这一分过后 ，XLG 的选择是
Fade
把
is
速
an
度放
assistant
慢。
coach now for
还是
XLG.
先来控 A 的。
Okay, Raga's just run him over. He's absolutely run him over.
所以
So that was comboed with what? Flash
XLG 的
recon?
选择是把速度放慢。A 场
还是先来
Not
控 A
even a
的。
recon.
先找
It's guys, you can make this so much better if you just do the recon that lands out in the open here as well. What does it matter though? What does it matter? You still run him over. It's fine.
这其实是可以直接提速的。
对的
就。我觉得其实一上来应该是想浅尝辄止的，但没想到有一个那么好的效果。
而且站的位置比较靠前，刚好被 Raga 收到了。
对 ，Raga 上来瞬秒2个，
没打枪。
OK，
HappyWay 也是被断掉，但中期其实还有人。
先走一步，不能。
而 Raga 在家里面也是且打且退啊，现在就更多的是点 DRG 的人数会从哪里回防。
关键中路其实还有人 ，Raga 被秒了。
3打3还真不好说哦。看一下。
Yeah, I can't say that I ever got like Fade the coach mistaken with Fade the agent, but guess it could happen.
这个阵给的非常漂亮。
Come on, Leo.
只有一方的电剑，其实会比较的极限，回复展开了，卢卡修已经是4杀，而留一手这个局面他能处理吗？
没子弹了。
Oh man, they didn't have time anyway. God, these rounds are so silly.
时间被耗完。
Neither of these teams are very good at Breeze. I think EDG could definitely catch people off. I think EDG are also probably going to get exposed a bit on Breeze at London. But I definitely think their Breeze is quality enough that they can win against some people. Whereas these teams, I struggle to see it unless the team they're playing against is also kind of butt cheeks.
把握这个手枪分啊。
9比3的半场，这 DRG 如果想追分的话，这个进攻边必须
先赢手枪局。
拿下手枪分之后才
PSG
有节奏。
wins. I mean, I probably shouldn't be reading out the chat, should I?
精英
They
炸
bottled
年。
it again.
我觉得他们就是想提 B 了，先看一下 B 上有没有人压出来，没有的话我一波冲锋。但是有3个人啊，你看到，当然手枪分 HappyWay 这边是没有舌吻的，这也许对于冲点来说是一个利好。但是点里的站位第一是 HappyWay 藏进来了，这个烟里要去搜他的，搜到了，蹦蹦跳跳，而留一手从另一侧过来，对枪也没有把握住 ，DRG 有很好的成效，同时也照出了在底线里面还要去拖时间的人。Raga 的位置暴露出来 ，Raga 还在顶，但是 Noman 已经倒地。Raga 苦苦支撑，但是等不到队友的驰援，因为队友已经全部倒完了。
主要被隔开了，Leo 第一时间还没有办法完成补枪，Leo 能先打1个，但还要面对个1v3，明显是很有难度的。
这个1v3有点难，但是如果道具用得好
Me just trying to do my little VOD review. Everyone in the chat going nuts about the football game that I have no idea
而
about.
且有优势枪的
This
时
is
候，千
normal.
万不要打太复杂。
对，上来第一波
Oh, spread's good
，OK，
though.
喷了2个，
Spread's
换
good
赢
on
了
that。one.
现在
分如果
想出的。
有一些道具，而且的
The amount of people who are Arsenal fans. Oh, well, I guess you guys aren't. Are you guys like mostly Arsenal haters then? Why are so many people invested in this game and yet mocking both teams from what I can see? I mean, I did not think the Goonan squad ran this deep in my chat. Ah, there's a bunch of PSG haters. I see, I see. PSG oil money cheats, Arsenal insufferable. Arsenal fans are insufferable. I see.
果然还是要打得稍微快一些啊，因为这份里面有霰弹枪，然后包括辽选这些枪混合起来。
Calling a group of people gooners is funny. Yeah,
得到一
definitely.
定的保证吧。
I'm on board with you there.
但这分中区其实有2个人架默认架的会比较远。DRG 第一时间如果没有去选择快速提点的话，他是想要去让 XLG 交点道具出来，因为打这个 A， 他可能要面对到 KO 的雷，然后 KO 的刀，以及刘一手的黑，就有好多道具其实能挡这个 A 通这个小口子。
Are they gonna use this wall B every round?
A 点埋了之后，应该是要往。
等
I
B 点
wonder.
先去埋着
I
A 打
wonder.
fake，然后再转。
对，有点复杂，而且第一时间那种默认的位置没有踩的，第二时间再摸回去需要一定的时间。
Holy slow
DRG
round
其实
from
确实是很喜欢
DRG.
打这种复杂的战术。
对
昨天在打牛丁这张地图里面，
That's
但
an
这一点的话
annoying
得打
smoke.
真一点，而且留一手的这个位置其实还不错，看这飞机要不要躲一下。
只有40秒钟了，现在这个时候去压一波时间。
Can we run your Bonobo Society with PSG and Arsenal fans? It might be the only way to stop them from fighting. But to be honest with you, gathering up a PSG fan and an Arsenal fan and telling them, guys, I'm so glad you're here. We can solve this issue. You just have to fuck each other. I think I would be the one that ended up dead. I mean, homophobia runs heavy in the football community, no? Isn't there still some crazy stat that, like, no player has ever come out as being gay? Doesn't have to be gay? No, I guess it doesn't, but there'd be a lot of it. Every type of phobia runs heavy in the football community? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
我觉得是在那点，发现不对啊，兄弟，怎么没有全过？
Well, they're defaulting the B wall again.
行星脉冲虽然断了一拍，但是这个口子现在DRG还不太好进。哦呦，这弹球光能闪不
There
过
was one and he got
全
slandered
交
on
了
YouTube
这
shorts.
点
Oh,
回
good.
来啊！
Oh, well, I mean,
打进点呢
progress at
一
least.
个道具又没了。
哇
Oh, he just deleted that silver drone
这下就
immediately.
无
A
人
little bit of
接
damage
脚
onto
了
Nick. Nice span line.
DRG 在整个 A 场，这是花费了多少钱啊？
不过我觉得是这样的，就是
Why do people hate how Arsenal plays? I've seen a couple of people in the chat say this now. Why do they play
花了
shit
1000块
football?
钱，这个 A 场没抢
Can you
下来
describe it to me?
第二时间抢了，因为留一手手里
I only know a
这个
little
烟
bit
刚
about
冲得好
football.
主要拖够时间了呀。
对，
XLG 直接放了。
而且主要是典礼
I was saying I'm not saying it's good that he got slandered. I'm saying it's good that somebody felt like they could come out publicly. I'm not saying it's good that the only openly gay football player was getting slandered on YouTube shorts by 12-year-olds. I'm saying it's good that at least one football player finally felt like they could handle the fucking hate that was going to come towards them, or thought that it might not be as bad as other people had expected or whatever.
也是一个3A，然后最重要是 B 小这位置其实也
They are very defensive with a lot of set
所以
pieces.
XLG 可以默认这个 A 大
Right.
给到你
Okay.
了，我无所谓了。点一个隔断，第二时间点后2个烟的一个爆。
I mean, that's one of the things that people hated watching about England, so I think I can understand that.
出给吃死了嘛？这个是被混了
They
两
wait for
场
one goal and park the bus, play heavy for corners and set pieces, which is extra boring. Yeah. So, yeah. England under Gareth Southgate.
但有人在绕，
No? Am I wrong?
在绕，有绕到吗？绕到了。
Ooh, wait, Raga. Hold on.
过来再去找人，
Raga form going
时
crazy?
间
没时间了。
有一手再断一边，最后交给
That was quite nice.
Life 已经没了。
这是吃碎片翼出给吃死。
On their A exec here, where are they
也是一
smoking?
个3A，然后最重要是 B 小这位置
Because they have the
也
Viper wall over
侧面
towards
帮
B
他
every
解决了
round.
很大的压力，所以 XLG 可以默认这个 A 大给到你了，我无所谓了。点一个隔。
They double smoke back here, basically like a Viper wall, but a Viper wall that also doesn't cover this gap here. Is that really better than just smoking here and here? I guess it gives you a bit of extra space when you peek into back sight, but I don't know that you need to peek back sight. Can't you just get the plant down here and have somebody like hold this angle? Do you need to fight for this space? It's better, but
段，第二时间点后2个烟的一个包围啊 ，life 已经没了。
这是吃碎片翼出
I
给
don't know that you
吃
need
死了吗？这应该是被混了2枪，然后崩死的。
对
Spirit 也没有办法去站到这个底线的位置。
后门已经上来了，
一个夹击，打一个 Spirit 完成补枪，一点一点还是把这个包
有人在绕
拿下来。
雷达快到喽
Raga 在绕，能绕到吗？绕到了！
哇 ，Raga 再一个滑站，过来再去找人。红字的时间
没时间了。
有一手再断一边，最后交给我是 Leo， 一个口袋阵瞬间 ，Raga 赶到收紧。
啊，主要还是这个
所以我们可以看
Raga
the
在绕。
Vukashi kill is insane.
后门已经上来了。
Yeah, that is pretty nuts.
收紧，配合出
11比5。
那其实蛮伤的，因为上个。
But also, I think he's making it a lot more difficult for his team to play this map by putting his wall down on B every round.
这个分数在
That's not his. Like, I'm framing it as if that's on Vukashi. It's not. It's on the coaches. They've decided to run the B wall every round, so that when they do go B, it's not obvious they're going B. But in my opinion, it's actually better to go B with Astra smokes, because you Astra smoke here, and then you can Astra smoke somewhere else if you want to. Like, you have a lot of different choices actually. Like, let's say here, this is fine, but you could change up that other smoke positioning if you wanted to. Like, you could maybe try using that as a one-way, or you could put it in a different place depending on where you're trying to scale. I think that's better than putting the wall down here every round. I think using your Astra to hit B makes more sense.
而且上来人又被崩死了！
天哪，
这个碎片一出，今天价值连城，
什么魔力？
成为了 DRG 经典的噩梦。但是有人没收扁，上来。
All right, Vukashu's going to try to win the round. He gets given a freebie.
Vukashu 在中路有一个非常意想不到的收获，
感觉是送到脸上来的枪啊！
但是这番还不好说，哎，又没看。那现在优势有了，现在优势有了 ，DRG。
Yep, well.
意想不到的收获，
感觉是送到脸上来的枪啊！
As it turns out, XLG decided to absolutely giga throw this round.
被巡回福利 buff 拉满，让我们再来回看一下，我这技能确实多啊。
对
Actually, horrendous round from XLG
清楚
this
人
one.
数，看到了 B 点有一波技能，有人飞进来，以为是5个人提速了，但没想到中路其实是留人了的。
感觉 Nomo 的雷一发150，有感觉吗？
建议升到500块。
这一分又被赌对了，其实 XLG 赌对了。第一时
The
间
anti-ecos are abominable from
点秀探，
DRG and
这其实对
XLG.
于 DRG 的一波
眼里是有人的，
有
还以为
点困难。Happy Way 还能再藏一会儿的时间，等队友过来。
Especially, well, actually, both of them are pretty bad.
他等到了队友。
But especially XLG, I think. Whoa, that's nasty from Happy Way.
终于等到了这一刻，再去找，一发一发点。但是现在进点是进不去的，我是6还包后了，
Clean.
爆能机打掉了。
位置是知道的。
Great round, great round anchoring. Really nice round anchoring.
架住 XLG 还以颜色，直逼盘点
，12比6，而且高点的 Spirit Z1 在烟里面被一狙混死了吗？这是。
没有任何的道具在6 ，DRG 还能不能在这张地图里面再去有一些作为？不然的话，这个
Yeah, I think Vukashu's more taunting them at the end of that they fucked up. You know, sometimes you just gotta get in your opponent's head when they
这很
make
难了，感觉。
horrendous mistakes like
虽
that.
然开的大，但是 Raga 很冷静啊。
得看一下 live。
So on this A split round, they're A splitting with one smoke here, one smoke in the middle. I fair enough. Okay.
live 现在有没有机会把终极技能超线暴走给激发出来，去做一些尝试？但是上来就被收了。
尼克的补枪很快哦，这一分还是有机会去涌进来。
But now the smokes are down, and you don't have anything else for
躲
ages.
开。
尼克血量其实不是很多，这个3v3中区福乐星的一个脚步其实也值得关注啊。
Oh, Nick dies standing inside a snake bite.
死了，残血的。
And Vukashu's left alive in a 1v2.
不神秘了反而。
Might be able to win it.
我卡鼠需要去
I
猜，
mean,
他知道
still
有一把
Vukashu. It's not planted nicely for him, though.
他在晃，
Bad
如果
plant.
他做不到，这张地图就没有了。
能成为英雄吗？
Happy Way
有
cooks
机
him.
会有 Happy Way 的3杀。
Brother, what is TMV smoking? I don't get it. I don't get it. Vukashu is not... Vukashu is the second best player in this game on Sentinel. I don't get it. Maybe he goes electric in these because they win on Haven, right? So maybe Vakashu goes absolutely bonkers in these next two maps, and it just pickled his brain. What did TMV say? That Vakashu's the best Sentinel player in the world.
看一下 DRG 会不会有一些防守前压的举动。他第一拍其实对于 A 区要的还是挺多的，他道具交了好多啊 DRG 这里。弗勒辛在晃身看。
I'm not seeing it.
给烟，但是第一时间在掏暗烟好像有点来不及了，暗烟也没有能够推到。
Horrendous from flexing.
已经冲进点内了，拿到了优势，而且Vakashu这个位置 repick 出来。
Vakashu completely stuck in a corner, still gets one. All right, wait, he might be the goat.
好在 Nick 是有预生之息的，可以稍微回复一下。
这波能掰赢，其实
I assume this is a god map from him.
DRG 有机会第二波打出来。
That's quite a nice little pop flash retake.
先抓 Happy，
I like that.
再去找点后是瞬间被清完。
That's nice. That's nice.
靠着Vakashu顶住了这个死位里面，要到了一个人数上面的军事，再回来。今天Vakashu也是疯狂的在起立和对面互动，希望去带领着 DRG 重新连接到比赛的氛围当中来。
是。 啊，这一波多扛了一个太关键了。就如果他上来对枪没对过 Raga 的话，那感觉整个点就崩了，
这直接结束了这分
啊。
其实我还在想一个问题，其实开局的话，重生点那个位置是没有给烟的。就我当时还在看刘宇手里是有烟。
是。
Horrible play from flexing.
前面可能拿的比较快，他们有更多的想要去吃到更多
扩展一下。
对，但没想到Vakashu就被雷限制的情况下都站住了位置。
1比0，
这分里面起枪起的不是很多哦，最后还是补了一下。这样的话是4把枪在手。
哦，过点抽的很准哦。
上来 Happy 维跟 Norman 的血量都已经不太健康了，要直接提。Raga 在第一枪位上来直接滑出来，追猎先秒了一个点内。Nick 也是完成了补枪，而且 Spirit Z1 也是跟了。
Sometimes the stinger just works, man. Sometimes you just let it do its magic and it connects to people's heads like it's got magnets in it.
现在就 XLG 的选择是打 RA 点，但这套阵容打 RA 点没有那么厉害。暗眼前点位就推了
Mr. Blue Bloom, Happy Way's just got better setups and is playing situations in smarter ways while still having cracked aim. I don't think he's only benefiting from the fact that his team is better. Which Chinese team do I support in London? Who has the best narrative or who has the most fun? I don't care fuck about the region. Oh, I don't know fuck about the region except the Wells run. I would say the best narrative is probably just EDG, isn't it? Isn't it just simply EDG? It depends. Like, I guess you could root for a single player. If you are really a big fan of like a single player, then Vakashu, the guy on DRG, could be really fun to root for. They're also a really up and down team. They're like, you know, crazy pop-off plays from Life and Spirit and crazy feed plays as well. So if you're down to just root for like a hero, you could pick DRG. XLG, I kind of like them because, okay, so the reason to root for XLG would be No Man is British. He's like a British Hong Kong guy who lived in Wales and went to Sussex University or maybe Essex University. I can't exactly remember. Anyway, went to some uni in the south of England somewhere and is now returning to Masters London. And he's a showman. He's a fucking showman. If he has good moments, he is going to pop off and play to the crowd. So I think No Man would be a very fun player to root for at Masters London. They also have, like, Happy Way is just a really fucking good player. Raga's been a land choker, but if he turns up, it could be really entertaining. Lyso's also got the fucking standing man emoji aura. And the team has got one map, Lotus, where they're, like, cracked. And they play a really weird comp, and it's very fun to watch them just destroy people with a triple Sentinel comp on Lotus. It feels like it makes no sense, but it's actually a really, really good comp. And they play it really well as well. So there's the pitch for XLG. For EDG, it's like the easiest pitch ever. The pitch is they won champs before. They've been shit since then, but they finally look good again. And it's like, Kang, best player in China. Is he going to be able to win another trophy? Can China do it again? Like, it's just all the classic, like, they are the best team. They are the best team historically. They are the team that's going to do damage probably at the tournament. Can they go crazy, lift a trophy, get some crazy shots? Yeah, Minnie's talking about the jet meta for Kang. Like, that kind of shit writes itself, whereas it's a bit more niche. For me, I think if I was going to pick, XLG's an interesting one to root for. If you're interested, the No Man story is just, it's just cool. It's just cool. And I'm big on Happy Way. So, I'm not big on any of the maps that they play apart from Lotus, but I'm big on Happy Way and the No Man story.
关键第二波 XLG 的选择是要找两个
Okay,
人
anyway,
下车库。
this is DRG's bonus round.
这个烟车库的压力
给的还蛮多的，不吝啬留一手的烟。
XLG hits C on the pistol.
感觉 DRG 可能要反清了，哎，扎到了一些信
Refight into A long.
大姐反清上来 ，Spirit 让正义先点了一个
Spirit goes wandering. Maybe thought that the stun had connected. Quite optimistic there, but it is their bonus.
去走的话，这样福乐星其实有一些发挥的空间。来看一下，限制效果要结束了，这毕竟是一个判官，跳起来打一个。
Flexing goes 1 for 1.
完成一个补枪，同时我是
But
6 也
now
从
they've
另
lost
一
the
侧
C
杀
side.
过来，
烟要散了。
烟散，但是 Nick 已经完成补位了。这个时候
I thought it was interesting actually on Plat Chat that Zix said that this is like a guaranteed red card play. Like he hates people re-clearing into A long. And I was thinking about it because it's not something that I've ever thought of as like a terrible thing to do. Not many teams do it. But you do sometimes see people running trap plays where they'll... What do they normally do? They like have a player take contact at bricks and then they pop flash around the corner. Like we used to see that quite a bit in the Sky meta, I think. Maybe people do it with Phoenix as well. They have somebody take contact here and then they have a Phoenix tucked close to the corner. And then when this player takes contact, they scat. But they normally run it as a trap rather than a reclear. I've just been thinking about it more since Zix said that, and it does not seem to be a particularly successful strat. But you need information over there, so I mean, people just tend to use their initiated utility here and reclear short.
现在看一下这个 C 场啊，对于 Life 来说，这一路过来还得进步，那你可得等一等。
I guess part of the reason why it might be a bad thing to do as well in Zig's mind is that you could just be hiding in these corners, and so if you flash clear it for info and then you're like, oh, it's clear, you actually get bad info sometimes. I was a bit surprised that he considered it such a bad play, but made me think.
那也是比较轻松拿下这个回合，当然枪也是掉了挺多的，掉了3把枪。
You're an XLG fan now? Yeah, root for No Man. I think you've made a good choice.
站在 DRG 的视角里面，这前3个回合的节奏都挺好的。是，虽然说最后这一分没有拿下来。
Root for XLG and DRG on the basis that they're Ascension teams. Yeah, you could do. Could do.
这个情况就不对了。
还是先控图。
You need to use recon for guaranteed reinfo. Yeah, I really like the way that Brock plays A at the moment, where he like takes the contact early, or even sometimes Odin spams it pretty aggressively, and then he uses the recon. He has like a floaty recon or bounce recon or whatever that lands. I think it lands on the top of the door frame, like above where Happy Way is standing. And then if that gets broken, then he'll go for some kind of like redrone play, something like that. And if it doesn't get broken, then he's happy to call for somebody to rotate off from his position. They have good defense side protocols, NRG on that kind of stuff.
那这个空 A 大就得谨慎了。
对。Happy Way 一个人漏的，其实也不太清楚这个 A 大。
You only have to root for XLG for 2 games. Bruh. I mean, it's a good point though. You should probably have EDG as your backup team. Just in case XLG and DRG get owned in Swiss. If you're a fan of China, you can't be picky, bro. I think it's why Fade is better, easier to reinfo. I think the Fade is better on defense side A, yeah. Whoa!
机会开枪。
这直接是霸王步啊，过来就硬吃了。
感觉可以保了，
甚至再控个球，这个直接把
这分可以保了，其实
资源最大化了。
情况下有没有可能，对吧
If you're a Chinese fan, you root for the region and not a team. Yeah.
而且
Yeah.
就 DRG 经
You
济
can have a team as like your first prio, you know, but it's like
但是往中区
it's multiple selection voting,
看一下啊，这一分
like an alternative vote system, you know.
也是一个选择。
You write down who your first pick is, and then your second pick and your third, and then
可能有点要打一波提速了。
if the first one gets eliminated, you move
打得
on.
很快，窗户的位置已经
All
到
right,
了。
Spirits walk down mid pretty
还得
fast.
再等一会儿 ，XLG 反而是
Broke
自
a
己主
alarm
动
bot.
先提 A。哇，那这一
包点是
分其实
有人的。
抓到弱侧的同时
Raga is fucking fearless, and now Lysor is just in with the spike
血量比较
alone.
低。
还有人留一手，没有意识到
The
这
hell?
个点里面是没有站下来的，而且爆能器掉的位置很尴尬。
无人机决裂之灵啊！
神灵还得再等一会儿。
What happened to Happy Way?
反而是自己主动先提 A。哇，那这一
包
分其实
点是有人的。
Oh, he just got killed immediately, facing. Maybe he thought the defense side smoke was already up, because he just swung that and got owned by
抓到
Nick.
弱侧的同时，立刻完成了补枪。
决裂之灵啊！但直接被混死了，血量比较低。
还有人留一手，没有意识到。
Yeah.
这个点里面
On this kind of round, if they're just doing something fast, no man should be with them.
无人机直接搜到了。
Like if you already have Leo at the back,
Norman 甚至自己也要
and maybe no man is there to make sure that Leo doesn't get pushed in Zalt or something.
关键我是Leo先倒的话，Norman 也没啥机会了，说实话。
But he didn't seem to be doing that. He seemed to be looking over
主要
towards
是决裂
C.
之灵
有一
找到
个人在
了位
跟他
置，，
有一个人在跟他。
更顺一些。
是3比2。
有大招换
How you feeling about China from these VOD reviews?
中路前进，就抓你这个
Bruh.
暖
炮台刚
机时间，
放出来，
3比2。
有大招换零。其实这一分还是同样的招数，中路前进，就抓你这个
暖
炮台刚
机时间。
放出来。
Now what's the tech here? The turret placement looks
中路
good,
前
but it hasn't activated at all. Has he placed it too far looking to the left? Can you always get a knife out timing past the turret? And I just didn't know that?
就抓你这个
暖
炮台刚
机时间。
Did
放
he
出来的
place
冷
it
却时
too
间。
late?
摇
I'm actually not even sure what the problem with that turret
地
is.
位，
其实两次都是这
I
样
mean,
了。
clearly there is a problem.
而且另一侧
But
也
I
是
don't know what the
背后
problem
提速
is.
然后就摄像头能看好多信息。
战术监控还没打掉。
对伊芙卡什的性格，他会出去的，配合 Spirit， 但是Leo架住了烟边，留一手也补掉一个，点后 Life 去进行一个强补，DRG补了3个人出来。那车库的协同，留一手得等车库的协同来了，
1打1
这个暗夜还是会黑到。Norman 的位置是主动被暴露出来，现在优先的架枪
Oh, he's
会属于
missed
弗
where
勒
he is.
星。
Oh,
弗勒
Flexen's
星主
cooked
动
him.
的出击 ，DRG
I think you can pass if you have knife. Durka used to do 24/7. Really? Knife out is just always a timing down mid? Wait, that's fucking crazy. I really didn't know that. That feels like it's such a big thing for Waylay to be doing. It might even be with gun out. No shot. No shot.
我这个站位中路好像也不太想去了。
It's such a big
准备打一
reason
波
to not
提
play
速了
Killjoy. Yeah, I mean, it was already a fucking
这
nightmare with
DRG 还
people
有
playing Killjoy
更
with
凶的
the
顶法。
又出来了，换了一个人这一分。
尝试一下。
with the Viper walls that
应
used to
该
be
是有一个
up
点
in your
后
face as well.
中路大舞台有胆地就
DRG decided to do a mid-fight
瞬间
strat on an
DRG
anti-eco.
完成了中路的清剿
It works for them.
很差，那上来
That would have been a
来
fun
直
one
接
to
两个
get mad at them for, opting into a giant brawl in mid when they have
对，
sheriffs, but all
我
good.
见过
这国际大赛之旅已经过去了630。
Oh, they're gonna do it again on the rifle round.
而 Life 也完成了2000次。
Well,
又来了
adaptation from Raga, but
中路的前顶
they still
效果
got absolutely
做了一波互
cooked.
换但这个正确震到了
Or did they?
终极技能过来，直接
Spirit
把
didn't back up.
Zero 给滋掉了。
点被打通，
在中路的前顶效果做了一波互换，但这个正确震到了 Raga， 终极技能过来，直接把 Spirit Zero 给滋掉了。
点被打通，两个人可以往后点去走。那这一分看起来对于乌卡舒来说，他要去收拾这个局面，其实并不轻松。
车库门口还有一颗烟，不过这个烟快散了。又看第二期，哎，露脚步了。
直接被架掉。XLG 最终在这个混乱的乱战当中啊，由 Raga 完成了僵局的打破。
对，这一分 Raga 非常关键，而且他第一个跳过去往下落。 回滑终极技能直接把 Life 给反秒了，
而且这份 Raga
关键啊 ，Raga 是从车库过来的，从窗户过来的，一路清到了车库。
对。
I do not know. I do not know.
确实就不好打了。
Does any team look definitively good out of the three, or are all three good in different ways? I would say that I have yet to really discover what makes DRG good. That XLG have one extremely good map and then a bunch of mush afterwards. And then EDG have a lot more stuff that they do well, but they also have a bucket of shit alongside. So they have like more than just one map that looks good. They have maybe like 2 or 3 maps that look quite good. But even those maps, sometimes they have really weird stuff going on that I am worried about it interacting with the other teams at London. But then they have a bunch of other maps where I think they need to fix some really important fundamental stuff. Usually on their defense side, like their attack side is actually pretty good, I think. But some of their defense side setups on various different maps are just, I think, just wrong. Just like not even an interesting take on it or anything. They're just badly put together. But it kind of goes up like that, I think.
站不了。
这张地图突然间感觉变得非常简单了。
DRG is all about waylay, in my opinion. They're at triangle. Well, they are fucking addicted to it, yeah. But I don't think they do anything that interesting with it. But yeah, they are very neon waylay pilled. It feels like an addiction that they need to break, but they should have already broken it weeks ago.
DRG 是必须要力保的，因为如果连车库都没有的话，那回
I don't expect them to change it.
但是只有一个人从车
Yeah, I
库
mean,
出来可能有
they
点
know
难。
that that turret just got smoked off. I don't expect them to change it
然后车库这边也
before
在
London.
想打一个同步，打一个包抄。
I disagree. I think Willay's great. Really? I am seeing some absolute ass stuff with this Waylay. And it just seems strictly worse than running Phoenix in almost every map. And I think even the maps where you don't run Phoenix a lot, where you want to run double dive stuff, I'd rather they were running the Rays quite a lot of the time. Maybe not for this exact team, because I don't know whether Spirit's actually comfortable on the Rays, yada, yada, yada. But like, you know, from a theoretical point of view.
Raga 第一时间知道了限制的效果，拆爆已经开始了。沿墙之后 ，Life 拍马赶到 ，DRG 再一次收拾了一个危机的局面。 告诉 XLG 中区究竟是由谁掌控？
关键时刻 ，Life 上来先把魁父里面的福乐星给混掉了，并且
他没有把自己子弹可以去压下来，就非常尴尬这一分。
Post nerf Neon.
6秒了，最后关键时刻划过。
Yeah, I mean,
找到了 Raga.
post nerf Neon. I don't know what people are going to be running.
Life 也是在团
I assume they're going to keep running this. Maybe they run.
危机的局面之下，
I don't know what they'll run. I'm not going to try to predict it.
上来一波。
我现在这个在团队需要他站出来，就这种危
What did
机
they
的
do here,
局
eh,
面
Lobby?
之下，当仁不让啊！
They love a good committed fight on an anti-eco.
我现在这个双决斗防守当进攻在打了。
这我跟你讲，两张地图双决斗的强度就完全不一样。
对，
微风岛就玩不了，但是来到了影视修索还是很好玩的。
拉手也现在手感周热，这就是他，非常凶狠的支架，非常稳定的支架。而现在只剩下刘一手一个人了。刘一手，这个局面还有一些破局点吗？这离魂也差得好远啊！这爆能器离他又这么远的一个情况下，他也不能用大招去捡包。 看看能不能先下枪，或者实在不行就先保。
这感觉出来会，我觉得拆。
现在DRG，
这留一手，算了。
You don't even have time,
人
buddy.
再跑过去好像来不及
You
了。
just plan to live.
是高很多的。
对。7比3
Okay,
，Life 已经
Life's
把名就
got
扛了
the
出来。
op.
这一把明居存在也会给到 XLG 打慢的有非常多的压力。感觉这一分是不是又想提速了？车库第一波给压力完了之后，直接往 B 点去提速，
这是个名牌前压，
想尝试混一下，能混到吗？有烟确实不好混。
现在其实对 XLG 来说，去控制这个车库。
I want to see their A retake because last time we watched DRG on Haven, they didn't get a chance to run their A retake where Life actually had a wall online. Because his economy was bad the whole defense side. Oh, he's missed the timing. Rough from Nick. He just wasn't expecting them to be that fast on a B fake into A. If DRG don't run Neon, would you maybe see a double dash with Jens to Neon? Yeah, maybe. I don't really know.
想想算了，
主要得等一下队友。
对，4打3等队友来打人数差。
They use the Neon utility for a lot of their stuff. I don't think the Jet really accomplishes the same. The same thing, but maybe they'll try to adjust their setups around that. I suspect they're just going to keep playing Neon. All right, we actually get to see an A retake here. 4v3, but still. Alright. Well, deep stun. So they wall like this instead of... Because Life has been pathing towards default every time on the A retakes. What is this wall doing? Blocking somebody off in Hell and letting him swing Hell on a double timing together after he's cleared default? After the paranoia? I don't think that's the normal way that people Neon wall to get out through Heaven. I think people normally Neon wall towards short and default.
这一分感觉到 DRG 的回防确实就，但你有些时候如果
还是换回了步枪。
I think that's more a situation where Vakashi
明
just
显能感
wins
觉到
the
现在
duel.
XLG 需要去一起抱团打一波了。你想强控被这个 Spirit 顶的是有点难受了。
这个中路把呀，基本上
自动哨兵放着了。
我觉得这个才是对的，就商量地图开始 Spirit 应该去承担这个。
XLG is so predictable on their attack sides, man.
他得去玩的
They just go to an area of the map and then exec there.
这波解体
And they make so much noise before they exec as well. You can just follow the noise against these guys. Over rotate like crazy.
Life 还有，而且他能够做到一切，还能得到弗勒星的帮忙。这个半场 ，DRG 在3张地图当中第一次还以颜色。
而且 Life 这一把狙啊，面对如此多的技能的情况下，他这把明狙依旧还是施展出了这个强项啊！他确实感觉以前 Life 的明狙，大家都会诟病说他的明狙准度不够，但是 Life 是一个非常刻苦的选手，他为了练这一把明狙也是消耗了非常多的时间。
对，这把他的一个连。
Okay.
上面那个。
Don't people smoke top Cypher Neons or something? Yeah, sometimes, but I think a lot of the time people just go off the paranoia as well. You throw the paranoia for graffiti and default, and then they can slide from heaven straight onto default, and they can normally grab the kill anyway.
比如说去打上京东，搜无畏巡回福利 buff 拉满，进入到下半场的首枪分。
DRG 进攻边的得分率有68%呀，还是非常出色的。而这些对 XLG 来说
，XLG's defense on Haven was really static from what I remember before.
就因为有蝰蛇的存在嘛，就双
烟防守肯定是够看的。
对，他们的防守能力是 OK 的，但关键现在坑有点太大了。
你手枪局至少先拿下，才有更多的后续。
对，
这分就是一个比较标准的3人中区动态可以两边跑嘛。车库又有奇乐的道具能做看管。
这一波夹 C 感觉。
这个站位要夹击了。
Yeah, I don't think Vukashu speaks a lot of Chinese. Vukashu has said a long time ago, like 2 years ago, that when he first joined this team, he didn't understand a fucking word that they were saying, and he was just going around doing his own shit. But he's played with them for 2 years now, and I'm sure they've got a much better communication system now, but I couldn't tell you exactly what that communication system is.
机会吗？但正面 Raga 也倒了，2打3，2
打3 ，Life 已经顶到家里了。Life 自己其实也是危险的，血量被下到45。
Pull up a DRG comms video. They actually play a comms round at the end of every map, so we can just take a look at the end of this.
倒下
，9比4。
弗勒辛最后想了想，还是。
If he still doesn't understand any Chinese, he's legitimately just not trying. Like, he's actively trying to not learn it. Yeah. I think languages are really fucking difficult. I did languages in school and I was pretty good at them at school, but the idea of doing them now fills me with a sense of dread. I was thinking recently about whether I should try to learn a language again as an adult, like any language. And I was just filled with such a sense of deep, like a pit in my stomach at the idea. You hear this language every day. Yeah, if you're living in a country and immersing yourself in it, you really should pick it up a lot faster. That's how my sister ended up learning French. She didn't speak great French when she moved to France, and then she just was in France all the time, listening to the French radio. She put it on 24 hours a day. And she picked it up fairly quickly, actually. She had like conversational French by the end of the year. But man, that's tough. You have to be. I'm really not comfortable with not. What if I go to a foreign country that speaks a different language, and I have to stumble my way through an interaction? I feel such a sense of embarrassment that I have put the other person through that ordeal. I want to simply die and crawl in a hole when they don't understand me, because I'm like, I just want to exit this interaction and make it easy for you. I'm sorry, bro. Like, you are now being put in a scenario where you have to understand what this dumb fuck guy is trying to talk to you about. It just kills me, man. It kills me. We have to hear you cast. You can barely speak English. Yeah, I don't have the social confidence to be bad at languages. Some people are just happy to interact. Yeah, some people are just a lot more confident at interacting in a way that doesn't use language as much, right? That's just like, I'm happy to point, use like context clues, signing stuff in a very basic way. I don't feel comfortable with that. Sorry, I've just watched this round twice now and not taken in anything that happened in it. Okay, yeah. So they go for this A push. They don't clear Lysor at all. But then they don't realize also on the other end that Spirit has taken Heaven control. So when Happyway comes through, they're like trickle flooding in and dying one by one. It's a weird round. It's a very strange round. Did you see that Bosch bloke ordering his food in French? No, I didn't. This conversation reminds me of the story about Mimi on the flight back from Istanbul. A stewardess said thank you in Turkish and she was like, oh my god, it's fade. Yeah, teşekkürler. Oh my god. Holy shit, it's fade. We would have won this map if we didn't throw this anti-eco. I'm not so confident about that one, but maybe. You would have had a better chance. Yeah, the tip-to-tip Ludwig stuff really is a masterclass in social confidence. Oh, you're not talking about that. You're talking about the Bosch in French situation. Yeah. Dude, seeing clips of Ludwig interacting in Chinese, though, I actually could never. I literally could never. You say you're scared to get stuff wrong, but take every opportunity to say your 5 French words or some shit. No, I was not happy in France having to use my French. And the thing is, like, in France, I can get away with it a little bit because I do know enough to be able to get by in, like, common situations. Like, I've gone to a restaurant or, you know, something like that. But as soon as things get more complicated, or if I'm anywhere else in the world, meltdown. Absolute meltdown.
再甩过来，没有让 XLG 去扩大战果。
Weren't you slinging around Korean during the Masters Shanghai 2024 co-streams? No, not to any degree. Bren was, but Alice was doing a ton of stuff helping us during that period of time. Okay, let's have a look at this rifle round. Tip to tip China only worked because Ludwig was white. What, you're saying he got like the preferential like help this white foreigner treatment? You think if it's two people that look like Michael Reeves, they just get donor walled? White and has a camera crew? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the camera crew doesn't exactly make you look, what's the word? Surreptitious. Okay, let's go back and have a look at this again. Exit comes through, dash to plat, slide through, straight through the Viper Orb, which is a weird position for the Viper Orb as well, actually. The normal Gen G setup would have it at front C, but they've moved it back because they know that they're against a double dive comp. Nice adjustment by Happyway. And then they TP into backside. I mean, that's quite a nice way of trying to push further into backside. Although jumping through your own one-way is a bit annoying. They could have probably waited like 5 seconds for that one-way to drop. Look, it's already dropped now. You wouldn't have even had to jump as Nick. But all good. I mean, they wanted to take the timing before more XLG players got here. I can understand that. Then they waylay ult and clean that guy up. And now they're in a 3v2. But they keep pushing backside. Still in a 2v1, but then it does get very messy here. DRG had an opportunity to just push backside, get that kill, and try to control the round with the waylay ult, but they kept feeding in, I think.
做到了最后分数的拿到。
是，重生点这一波互拼啊，对于 XLG 来说真的是至关重要，卡住了这个口子，做了一波互换。其实第一波进点感觉对于就 DRG 来说，感觉还可以，拿到了一些优势，短暂的4打3，但是后续第二波互拼上面，刘一手是站了出来，先打掉了我卡楚，并且在1v1的残局里面也得知了对手最后一个人的血量是比较残的。
就还是不能卖队友，就直接团结，对吧？打到底，一个一个往里补。11比5，直接打出来。
I remember Mini was criticizing that Viper Orb by Happyway. I think it's a nice adjustment. I think it's a good adjustment against this comp. I don't think he's going to run it against anyone else. But I think against this comp, when you know that they're going to be trying to like double dive in like this, I think putting in Anaswarm and a Viper Orb like this is good anti personally.
还蛮拼肌肉的。
但你不好说这是福音还是噩耗，因为现在 Raka 手里是一个判官，对吧？一旦你觉得 Norman 这边道具失效了，然后往这个车库里面来，
这个距离
走一走，对吧？那就出事儿了。但是 Raka 也放松警惕了 ，Raka 以为就单走。
而且位置已经被找到了 ，Happy Way 也直接被打掉。
那这个 C
well, that's sad.
一下下来，车库夹 C 就直接形成。
Just as I talk about him looking decent, he gets pressure towards back plat, his orb runs out, and he has to swing into the open with his snake bite down and no smoke at front sight either. What did Lysol use his smokes on here? Oh, he did actually smoke front C, but Happyway got pressured by the Cypher ult and didn't want to take that swing time out in the open as the ping pop. Could have had the wall on C? Yeah, but they're running the... Yeah, but they're running the Gen G comp, and they don't run the wall on C in this comp. Why don't they run the wall on C in this comp? I don't know, bro. But they don't. They just got... Everyone just copied and pasted the Gen G setups, and this is the normal Gen G setup. I don't really still understand why they do it this way around instead of having like orb A, wall C, but everyone does it, and I assume there's a reason that I just don't understand. Viper on Haven is dead on God? Yeah, I mean, that's true. It is definitely true. XLG are a relic of the past currently. The only reason it worked is because Texture used to op aggressively. I mean, he did, but I'm not really connecting the dots there. I don't understand why those two connect together.
哎，所以这张图已经很多队伍都已经不拿奇乐了。对，奇乐确实他拿信息能力又没有林强，
就好说歹说，上张地图的
80，
自己主动出击，哎呦，这一下就把这个点后给拔掉了。那 DRG 看起来这分付出了一些代价，同时也掉了一些枪。
点后确实倒了之后，队友也补不上枪啊。 这个协同性，感觉 XLG 处理点后的这个还是处理的蛮果断的，但高点看到人了，另外一侧同样也看到，
过不去了，就这个中区过不去了，上半场也中区过不去，现在也过不去。
这个一分还在了点内，又没有林强，
就好说歹说，上张地图的 KO 其实很多时候在配合队友去做事情，这张地图是完全机械化的在防守。
啊，狂烈整弩直接断第一拍，但 Life 直接埋在了点内，第3发5，一穿2，打2个80，
自己主动出击，哎呦，这一下就把这个点后给拔掉
Very
了。
decisive from XLG getting back in there. Nice shot from Happy Way as well.
同时也掉了一些枪。
点后确实倒了之后，队友也补不上枪啊。 这个协同性，感觉 XLG 处理点后的这个还是处理的蛮果断的，但高点看到人了，另外一侧同样也看到，
过不去了，就这个中区过不去了，上半场也中区过不去，现在也过不去，必须要决出一个胜负来，在这个中路。
引路之损，打一个闪，上来先找第一个，能找到吗？找到，
点后位置 Nick， 左右补枪，现在 Raga 反而比较被动了。 他的队友被拆完，13秒钟的时间，但好在他比较神秘的，这爆能器才刚拍，
再迂回，
有没有机会去打包？
在烟外的包，
在烟外，但还是找到了。
Nick on for the ace? Oh, no, he gets caught in the end. I mean, they lost 2 players early on and very heavily committed to the B exec without like trying to tap to bait out the Sovereign, but maybe in their head they're just thinking, why would DRG be using a Sovereign before they get a pick on B? I think these teams do have bad anti-ecos, but I don't think that one was as egregious. I mean, in a rifle round, I would be critical of them just trying to get the plant down on B instead of looking to try to bait it out, but if you're on an anti-eco, maybe you just assume that they wouldn't send it. Maybe I'm giving them a bit too much credit there.
你是不是搞错了？
Hello, RJ. Wait, is it your birthday, RJ? Happy birthday! Oh, no, it's not? Oh. Wait, who told us it was RJ's birthday earlier on? Somebody came into the chat and said, tell RJ happy birthday. Who the fuck? Oh, it was Hated Fate. I never should have believed anything Hated Fate said. I assumed Hated Fate had like got some inside information. So silly. Wait, what the fuck is this ultimate on C? Why?
有一个非常规的战术存在，
混进去了，哎，但6好像
What the hell is that?
第一时间没反应过来。
啊 ，Raga 也说了有 timing，有个头皮。
They literally just had like a top C smoke and a few players here. I don't know if they even saw each other because we weren't, as far as I'm aware, on the POVs. Huh?
而且拐角。
What Viper do you like? On this map on defense, I don't think there are any like amazing Viper to be honest with you, but I think if you are against a team that's running a lot of A execs, or you are struggling to hold on your A execs, there's a pit that goes like this that I think is pretty interesting. It does make it really difficult to get into, or like to feel comfortable on A as the attackers. But I wouldn't do it off barrier. I mean, there's like C pits that you can do like this, but I don't know that they're great either.
还是3把铆，强度依旧够。卢卡楚先打了一个，
Holy shit!
但 Raga 被补了。
But I think a C pit that goes like this surely is better than a C pit like this. Then again, maybe it's not against this comp because they have tools to like dive past you. They dog in and suddenly you have a fucking waylay jumping on your head, throwing a saturate, and then neon running you down. I mean, maybe Happy Way's game plan is just take a step backwards from everything you think you would normally do with this comp. I don't really, yeah. I mean, I see most, the one that I like the most is this one, but I don't know if it makes sense here as well. I think the thing that they're worried about is C, not A. Is that not an issue with any pit? Well, it's not as much of an issue with this pit that he's just thrown, is it? Because they'd have to scale all the way up here before using any utility to clear him out the pit. And then they're worried about this line. Even if they smoke this off, they might be worried about other people coming in behind. I mean, part of the issue with pitting like this is that you're almost encouraging the attackers to contact into you. That would be my big worry with that pit. But if they don't contact into you, they're probably not going to be able to do the same kind of like protocol where they jump at you. The thing is, like, they're really unlikely, if we think about this pit again, they're really on, where are they going to dog from? Like, if the whole concept is that they're going to dog to find out where you are and then jump on you with the waylay, where are they going to dog from, man? Like, they're dogging from here? It's not going to reach. They're dogging from here inside the pit? Kind of insane. Dogging from plat open to this line? Kind of insane. Even if you smoke it off, you're worried about someone pushing through on some level of Viper contact. I think it's unusual enough that attacking teams would not have ideas against it, so maybe it should be good. I don't know. I end up talking myself in circles with stuff like this. It's, at the very least, interesting, though.
要看下一分了，我觉得内森D最重要的部署一定在下一分的一个调整上面。
是，雷森D刚才暂停完叫回来之后，第一个目标是3把蟒侠先试一试，第一招啊试试水，
这也是他们之前有展现过的一个独特套路吧，只能说。
3把蟒侠是第一次见，确实。
Being a coach is a weird blend of being open-minded and ruthlessly closed-minded. Yeah, I know. I mean, I think it's, yeah. It's like you have to think about things and be very open-minded about them, and then when you make a decision on it, you just copy-paste that decision into the future. You just, I've made my decision that this is a bad thing. Therefore, we don't have to think about it again. This is a bad thing. Don't do it. I don't know. I think being a coach should be a brain bender.
So
they are doing the C wall this round. So what did they do with the orb this round? Did they throw it A? First time I've seen them do this C wall. Fuck knows. The compression is too bad to be able to tell where they've thrown it. But I assume he had a lineup and spawn to A. Oh yeah, I could just see it there for a moment. No, wait, no I can't.
认为扛点
Nah, that's just an artifact on the screen. Got no clue.
奇乐和蝰蛇的一个双联手，
直接飞到点内，第一波有回头。
Nah, it does show on map. Yeah, it shows on the map. It's just that sometimes the
先把追猎之灵给处理一
the
下。
pixels aren't there for you to be able to see
接着
it.
时间的，而且烟力判官接着施压，
烟快散了。
点后 XLG 补的非常快。那这分其实 DRG 没有办法把这个点钱完
Okay.
下来。Leo 已经发力
Leo's cooking him.
同时再去找离魂能够先拉扯掉，但是留一手再推一个黑。卢卡秀的位置视野收缩之后，也是
They're actually kind of owning them
一
here.
拍时间
到点内，
之后还是往这个 C 区去啊。我觉得他们就是认为扛点就是奇乐的位置会比较固定，然后奇乐和蝰蛇的一个双联手，
直接飞到点内，第一波
And the Viper Wall didn't even help on that first cycle. It was the Neon coming in,
先把
playing flood off the back of that.
一下。
You're waiting for the Sky Flash here, right?
一拍时间的，而且烟力判官接着施压。
Got to be thinking about Sky Flash pushing to backside. The DRG just never really get one going. This guy's miles away. What on earth is Nick up to here? What is bro doing? His team is all on site like, wish I had a guiding light to work with. Wouldn't it be lovely to have a flash right about now?
烟快散了。
Bro looking like nobody out here.
非常快，那这分其实 DRG 没有办法把这个点钱完全占下来。Leo 已经发力了，同时再去找离魂能够先拉扯掉，但是留一手再推一个黑。卢卡秀的位置视野收缩之后，也是被留一手给处理掉。
是离魂福乐星带着尼克是要往 A 点去，现在得看一下，感觉也看不了尼克这里啊，好像不往中路走，不往 B 点走。
My lurking flash initiator? Yeah, amazing.
还有闪尼克，两个人想把重生点的位置给卡死，因为这个棒
Oh, he doesn't have an orb?
烟快散。
点后还是能再去接着扛一拍时间的，而且烟力判官接着施压。
I've got to be honest with you, I can't even remember what it looks like when you have an orb. Is there always a fuel counter at the top of your orb if you've used one? I play Viper all the time and I can't remember what the HUD looks like.
其实下的是个开阔包，
2打4的一个局面里面跳下来，
本来血就不多，
有一个下降的空间，盖头烟要 pick 一下，看到人，那 Snowman 反应非常快，
Just a bit too high.
一个2楼
Nice
上的
idea.
局面有点难
哦，
猜了。
这个残局有点
TMV play?
看看
Wait, TMV play?
跳下去的收
Oh, he
益
didn't die to
没
fall
有
damage.
机会，Snowman 连收。
I wanted to see it.
就 life 吧，就总感觉他在比赛里面有时候，就 life 吧，就总感觉他在比赛里面有时候倒的挺莫名其妙的。2分其实了。
You know what? Let's actually go back
再去找
to the beginning of this round. Happyway has 100 credits, and he spent 3,300. There are sometimes bugs with this, but I think you're right. I think he didn't have a snakebite or an orb this round. And maybe that's why they're running the sea wall. Maybe he only runs the sea wall if he can't afford an orb. Yeah, I think you're on it.
固定追猎，没有办法位置视野收。
My Viper player buying light armor rifle, no snakebite, no orb on Haven.
2打4的一个
Can't be
里面
optimal.
跳下来，
本来血
It
就
still
不
works.
玩不了。
10布置了，这也
10分，然后再是
Cool anti-strat. I mean, it probably won't come up in a
空
game.
经济，尝试拼一把。
He has to have exactly like 33 or
他得
3,400.
跟团。
主要是跟对了，我觉得跟对了，他要是
I don't know that that's the kind of thing I would even
不
bother
过这
telling
边
my
第一
players
招
if
可
I
能
was a
还是要
coach.
靠 life 这个大招。
Guys, if Happyway has exactly 3,400 credits coming out around, he will run the sea wall.
偷时间，有手又是个高点位，
You should hit A.
而且 A 小他也晃了一眼，有个人飞到他脸上。
Yeah, and nobody else
但 A 小
available
其
to
实
drop
他就
him.
是一个
Yeah,
位置，第二
I
排
think
的一
that's
个偷
quite
时间，
niche.
有手又是个高点位，
切给的很好。
而且 A 小那倒是贴
Where did the recon go?
A 小在慢慢的走过来， 打第2拍的一个偷时间。
Oh, it's just on the ceiling and catches just over the top of the neon
而
wall.
且 A 小他也晃了一眼，有个人飞到他脸上，直接跳下来。那 A 小其实武卡秀的一个位置也不神秘了，因为 Spirit 去做了一个汇合。2-2的2。
Watch this happen in London twice? Yeah, maybe.
枪又比较劣势
Maybe. You'll be watching for it. Shiv will be watching for
有
it.
点联动不上啊。
对。
You're a doctor, William?
还掉了。
William K7.
然后高点位当时
A verified doctor. Dr. William in the chat. Hold up. Congratulations.
飞是飞上去了，那留一手下来了。
Well done.
直接
You've did?
喷了个空。
You've did? You've did. You've done what I couldn't. You've did what I couldn't. Fuck me.
错了。那第一波其实
Yeah, you've did it for us.
错过了机会，第2波
You've did it for us, lad.
只能看枪了。留一手。
Uh,
六的这个位置其实
Incredible.
顶的压力还挺
Congratulations.
大的，我觉得他得退，他手里马上有巡敌
I
箭
hope you
了。
find life as a
说实
junior
话现在也
doctor
没有什么去转点的空间了，就看第2波能不能
Sufferable
一个协同拉起来了。但是队友其实还想再去给一波技能，Nick已经走到了外面，14秒钟的时间，武卡说一个大拉，一个接一个的想去做。
Actually, they don't call them junior doctors anymore, do they? They like changed the name a couple of years back. What do they call them now?
典礼的攻击没有任何的机会。
Or maybe they do call them junior doctors, but they don't call them. I can't remember. I swear they changed the name of it.
C1 是有时光修罗场的。前点位先给一个烟，掩护到一个近点位置，利用时光修罗场来提速。因为你看 DRG 并没有做其他任何提速的
Resident
控图
doctors. Oh wait, maybe that's maybe that's American. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. Junior Doctor UK new name. Oh, junior doctors are changing their title to resident doctors. Yeah. Yeah. The British Medical Association changed the titles. Okay. Yeah, so in the UK now they're called resident doctors too. Depends on where you practice. Gotcha.
就只能往 A
Have you done your top 10 plays for London yet? No,
还
I
是
haven't.
想在近点的第
What
一
are they
时间
doing?
去
Dropping
收
the
一
gun?
点这
Yeah.
个过
They
路
always
费
do this when Pikachu has a sheriff instead of
啊。你这
a
大
rifle if
概
they're on an
4
eco.
个人了，可以
It's tragic.
能站的地方只有一个。
第一时间
来
摆一个
了，
弹球，蛇吻可能会比较关键，人是一个易损的状态，但是在补枪上怎么说补枪？海滨为补伤了，而且褪黑再出来 ，XLG 点后铜墙铁壁啊！
关键打的太简单了呀，好像DRG。这几分有点出问题了。
强行补出来，但是人山人海之下，只有2分了。XLG 在防守边仍然没有放弃，他们一点一点的在用自己的韧性给 DRG 反施压。
I mean, XLG look really competent in rounds like this at being able to defend A, but they never play. I don't think I've seen a single round where they play in front of their Viper wall. No prodding at short, no, you know, proper op pressure down long or short, no trap, no nothing, bro. Just a little jump spot and then a drop back into the A site. I mean, I guess they got this positioning that Lysol's played in a couple of times.
而且现在 XLG 这一分，我觉得不仅要拿下，
Imagine
他
having
们
Pikachu
看
in
一
your
下
team and
这
not
3个
dropping
终
him.
极技能
Yeah,
能不能尽
I
可能
know.
留下来？如果能够留下来，
I decided to put aside my streaming and commentary career by not distributing the materials I found totally illegitimately. I could never.
没有翻分的一些机会，对吧？
You actually learned. I had to fall so you could rise. Oh, hello. Vukashu has won them a map, or at least pushed them over the finish line.
这可能是 DRG 最好去终结这张地图的机会。
2个人只能走到凹槽的位置。
纳米蜂群，
纳米蜂群直接激活吗？没激活到，
先拉出来。
Good trade. All right, there you go. There you go. Well, it's a difficult one, honestly, because I do think that there are some things that both of these teams are doing competently on Haven, and I don't think that it's like a tragic map for either of them. I mean, it's DRG's best map. And it's XLG's, I mean, I don't know, maybe second best map, something like that. But it's in their top 4 somewhere, probably top 3. It's worse than their Lotus for sure, but it's like, it's a competent map for them. But I'm watching it and I'm just thinking, I think you're getting beasted by most of the other teams at Masters London playing like this. And it's towards the upper level of their map pool. And it's like, they're fine on the map, but if they go up against anyone who's good on Haven, the whole of China looks weak on Haven. None of the Chinese teams are actually good on it. DRG are the best of the Chinese teams, and I don't think they're that great. They might get wins on Haven because other teams are not ready for the style that they play with the Neon Waylay. But I don't think it looks anywhere near as good as XLG's Lotus, for example. Where is the DRG comms segment? Oh, here it is, here it is, here it is.
也打出了很不错的表现，让我们来听一下DRG的语音回放。直接打 A 的，直接回行吗，兄弟们？好，直接来，直接来，直接来。电击，超进步。来不来？走，来不来？走。好补。我找到你了。爆点。打 A 的，直接回行吗，兄弟们？好，直接来，直接来，直接来。电击，超进步。来不来？走，来不来？走。好补。我找到你了。爆点。哇！爆能器落在 A 区。还有一个在哪？刚刚那个狗，不知道。两个在我这里。还有一个 get 1 A 1 back 一个 A 打一个 window。1 A 1 go 面 go 面 2 A 面 maybe 可能是两个 A 面 A 面 A 面 A 面 A 面 A 面 second 1 2， that's it 不会进爆点。I watch show A 面 A 面 A 面 low nice good job man nice well play bro 我推黑要不要？他爆点有大，哎你先别推，你等下推这个多，先拖这个推这里可以吗？推这里推这里 OK OK ready 推来黑。One guard。你惹毛我了！我知道。One side window。哎，你过去。我知道。One side window。哎，你过去。哎，小小，帮我，一定要帮我。我帮你，兄弟，拿下。
This is melting my brain. So they're mostly speaking. Somebody who actually speaks Chinese in the chat might have a better read on this, but it seems like they're mostly speaking Chinese. But then when Vukashu starts comming, some of them swap to English just for simple comms. I mean, what confuses me a little bit is in this example, they are speaking Chinese to each other, but then somebody comms one window in English before Vukashu starts speaking.
One side window.
Or is that Vukashu that says window when he dies from window? I thought that was flexing.
Window. One guard. One side. Window.
Yeah, that's not Vukashu. But flexing calls window in English after Vukashu dies. This is a level of like blended comms that I think would absolutely break me. But it seems, I mean, I can't tell that there's a theory behind it. It just seems like a blend to me. Sometimes callouts for locations will be in English because they've copied it from other teams or regions. Yeah. But I would imagine something as basic as window wouldn't be a borrowed callout, but I'm not sure. I mean, I know that, yeah, I know that like in the APAC servers and stuff, people will have a lot of blended comms. But I'm just thinking from Vukashu's point of view, presumably he understands all of the Chinese comms then. Because I don't see how you could play in a system like this if you didn't. Don't know though. No shot he understands it all. I mean, he has been playing with them for like 2 years. I'm intrigued by this. I'm going to go and look at other maps that DRG have won where they show this in the they show the like comm stuff afterwards. I should have done this yesterday with AG. All right, let's have a look at this and let's go. Which maps do they win? Maps 1 and 3. Okay, so map 1, map 3. Actually, map 2 is a better timestamp because then I can go backwards.
出门，
没变的。
先锋位的使用会换了，比如说斯凯换到后的。
对，
在不在？
团队中是怎么进行语音交流沟通的？
在不在呀？在不在呀？
他摄像头在 C 大，他已经到 A 了是吧？
对他封印的封印。
要不要给他压力？你给那个赛飞一点压力。
对，来，准备开门，人很多，C 大人很多。来，好了吗？
没，
来，
要等尼克。
我开门，可以了。
我给换。
太慢了，爆能器落在 C 区。
80位嘞。走。有个半线，门口有个半线 ，Hyper Trap。位嘞 AT。
我方还有一名。
乱下一点。
你们都仓了。
This guy AT。
你看我体了。Left side。
So this round was all Chinese up until Vukashu was the last one left alive, and then they started deadcomming for him in English. I guess my question would just be, how much is Vukashu actually like? How much development has Vukashu's Chinese got in the last couple years? Is he just chilling now in this team system?
去，威廉去，看哪儿？威廉银赛去，我 Rubble 一个 ，Rubble 被威廉去。还剩一名，我方剩一名，爆能器落在 A 区，
爆能器在我这儿。
I mean, that round would support the theory that more complex stuff is in Chinese and more simple stuff is in English. Unfortunately, we're watching a fucking clutch compilation of Vukashu here. Everyone else is dead. That wasn't exactly the most useful example we could have picked.
福利 buff 拉满，我们一起来看一下两支队伍在这一场非常关键的生死战门票战，
they don't do
到
it
底
at the
谁
end.
能够更进一步？
Oh no, they do it
是
at
的
the end. There we go. They run it here at the very end.
我给强。
看到了这个画面，我们听一下他们的团队交流吧。
好。给有机要开。我给强。
我黑了。
刷了。
右边后门，右边后门。
拿闪，等闪。
左边。
爆能器落在
backside。
好打一
2位。
喂，别急，TT 的。
I go text way。
OK。我把这个。Got pick。
喂。
有大。
I want backside。
I'm just gonna back this up a little bit.
右边后门，右边后门。
拿闪，等闪。
左边。
爆能器落在
backside。
好打一
2位。
喂，别急，TT 的。
I go text way。
OK。我把这个。Got pick。
喂。
有大。跟 OT。不着急追啊。
I fake plan。
OK。1 2。
I mean, it does kind of feel like Vukashu is alone a lot, and therefore the team can speak in Chinese a lot. right? Like, if he's on the defense side and he's on the other side of the map, they're vibing. If they're doing an exec like this and it's 4-1 and he's the only player short, he's vibing. I think he was making a couple of short comms in Chinese, but I don't know what he was saying, obviously. And then they swapped to English as soon as they were in the 2v1, and they were also trying to deadcom for the teammate to make sure that the comms were coming through properly.
Ready. 该换。小心烟里，兄弟们。有半线，这里有半线。好，等一下哦。打了。K 个 ，open plan，OK。把枪叫了，别混了，把枪叫了。接着缠的，我 TT 给个阵。小心闪光跟黑，小门没有，闪光。接着 CT。斯凯 CT I watch。微弯能。位置接住。好。
I mean, they called mid-round there for him to watch garage.
给点压力，先看一下。然后塞够，等大。好，开吧。给点压力，先看一下。然后塞够，等大，都等大。OK。
I assume that was Chinese because I didn't understand it. Was he saying, I'm going to ult? I'm going to ult and kill everybody, is apparently what he commed. He said 3, there is 3. Oh.
OK。
I thought he just yelled go sight. Ah, bro, I don't know. He said go sight. I can't tell what the English speaker is saying. I'm cooked.
OK。
Yeah, I think you guys are right. He does appear to just be running at people and killing them in lots and lots of these POVs that we are watching. It's kind of crazy when you watch it back with a specific focus on him. He does kind of just seem to be walking at people and shooting them in the fucking face. Oh, Christ. Wow. Yeah. I mean, there was a message here that I skipped past in the moment, but Maocat said, as a Chinese speaker, I'm getting the vibe that they are generally starting the rounds coming in Chinese and then swapping to English when Vikasu starts coming and then staying in English until the end of the round, even if he dies. Yeah. I think most of the rounds that we were watching, though, he stayed alive until the end and was like in a clutch scenario or something like that. But I think that's a pretty reasonable hypothesis. Yeah. It's a bit weird, but I think we gotta ask him. We gotta ask him at London again. There is some possibility he can understand it. I can understand much more Chinese than I can say. Yeah, I mean, that's very common with languages. Nooni, thank you for the 59 months. Almost to 69? Yeah, another 10 months to go. It'll fly by. It'll fly by. Have you checked XLG's comms? XLG were coming, from what I remember, a lot in English. Like, entirely in English. And sometimes swapping to Chinese if there were only a couple of Chinese players left alive. So I think XLG is like the exact opposite of this. But we can look at the end of the next map. And speaking of the next map, by the way, I've just been flicking through the Chinese desk segments. They have no custom segments at all. I don't know how. I mean, maybe they're just talking about stuff but never running the like specific assets or whatever. But they are literally just running the same default assets every time. MVP graphic, comms video, then what do they run? A fucking highlights package, and then it's the same thing every desk segment. It's wild. Highest viewership region proves that the desk doesn't matter. You run any old slop. I mean, I'm not saying that the people on the desk are slop. I'm just saying,
I
like,
don't have enough points for judge my hot takes.
The stuff that they're talking to
instead, at a
is very
macro
generic.
Level, Valorant shares 90% of the same concepts as Overwatch. The events are occurring under different timelines. Valorant over one round, Overwatch over one fight.
I couldn't disagree more. At least you said one round and one fight. I agree. Like, at least you said that. Katniss, thank you for the 81 months. The biggest problem with your take is that the time to kill is so enormously different. And you don't tend to want to team fight in Valorant very often. I mean, sometimes you do. But you have to be really loose with your concepts to apply Overwatch concepts to Valorant, I think.
XLG
But if it works for you, it works for you.
好像是直接打一波提速了。提 A 的
Everyone
提速。
uses concepts that they understand to map them onto other things
先
and
躲
model
个
their
暗售或先躲
understanding
个鬼眼什么的。
of other complex concepts. So if it helps you to think about Valorant and Overwatch concepts, then that is all that matters, bro.
现在 DRG 的一个前点人其实也蛮多的。L 楼在黄鱼手
It's more true in this meta, to be fair. Yeah, if everyone was doing like 5-man execs every round, then yeah, it would be a lot more applicable. Or like big team fights and stuff, which people were team fighting quite a lot this year. But generally speaking, it's not the case, at least in my opinion. Alright, sorry. I'm getting distracted again by takes in the chat. Let's zone in again. XLG are playing Wele Neon. DRG are also playing Wele Neon. The difference being XLG play double smokes here, and DRG play the Vice. And Vukashi was extremely good at anchoring last time we saw him. Flexin was not good at anchoring. So that's my big question is, can XLG punish the sites that Flexin is playing? Because I think that's the win condition for XLG here.
提 A 的提速。
这个读点还蛮准的。
先躲个
Every game is just chess reskinned. India invented Valorant. It's just a reskin of chess, bro.
可以直接打一波提速了。
现在 DRG 的一个前点人其实也蛮多的。L 楼在黄鱼手信息。
Global esports stays winning.
拉起就是一个信号，两边都会非常的警觉。哦哟，这 live 上来就只有一滴。
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe global esports are like England of football. We invented the game, but we're shit at it. Maybe that's the problem with global esports. It's just a reskin version of chess. They invented the game, but they're just crap at it.
丁点儿的血了，但是 Raga 被接住了。
12滴血还活着，想再来。
很冷静，但是 Happy
When Valorant started, you and Brent said Cypher was like Diva. What on earth are you talking about? What does that mean?
这一波爆发是由 XLG 能够抢夺到这个2楼。
What does that mean?
龙门果然。 直接飞到了福乐星的一个高点位。
Isn't India famously quite good at chess? Yeah, they are very good at chess, actually. I was making the comparison to football in England.
留给武康水一个近乎解不了的局面啊！
I think the best nation is Russia at chess. I mean, historically. But India's produced lots of extremely good players. What in the fuck is that flash? What? Look at that flash, guys. The Lysol's taking a duel over here, and so do Leo has sent a flash from default on A to try to help Lysol. What a flash, man! What a flash! That's insane.
但是现在这个局面仍然是很难解啊。
You and Brent did say Cypher was like Diva. I literally don't understand my own take then. I genuinely don't understand that take. He's a god. Vukashu's a god. Vukashu's a god. He's won a 1v4 here somehow. He's won a 1v4 where someone's hit him with a wide swing in a 1v2 as well. Yeah, I mean, he's just destroyed them there. He's absolutely destroyed them there.
又是我卡手这2天的比赛无愧于 称号。又一次的力克千军，在一个我们上帝视角看起来根本不可能赢的残局里面 ，Vakasu 在告诉给我们听，他要如何赢。
I mean, they tried to play it properly as well. It's not like they immediately swung off the side player's contact, but they did try to set up a double swing immediately afterwards. Vakasu was super ready for it though, and they whiffed their shots.
他都没有瞄准到人，他是一点一点调回来的。
就我
Raga 又被。
连我卡手的队友们都
You're
觉
like
得
ready for
不
when
可
DRG
思议
beats
啊，完全
Vitality?
不可思议，就这是怎么操作的
I mean, I would be very disappointed in Vitality if they lost, but I could honestly, I can believe it. If you told me that we are about to live in a world where DRG beats Vitality, I would go, oh, for fuck's sake, Vitality. But I would believe it. Remember, I have seen the poo. We all did. We all saw the poo. Vitality looked terrible earlier on in groups. I think they could regress again.
刚才进来 ，Raga 滑进来，这个雄鹿喷了2喷。
Didn't you put Vitality as a 2-0 team in Pick'ems? No, bro.
就当
Definitely
时好
not.
像就只喷了
Wait.
一点点。
I don't think I did. I think I put NRG as my 2-0 team in Pick'ems, but then I did pick another 2-0 team, and I think I picked Full Sense.
血量。
But I might be smoking right now.
可能 Raga 那个视角里面有点受限。
看留守这个位置。
It's only one? Yeah, I know, but there's like two. The way that they do it is they're like, oh, this one is your 2-0 flawless team, but then there's another one at the top, and then there's 2 underneath. So I picked the 2 that I thought were going to go 2-0, and then 2 that I thought were going to go 2-1. That's just how I structured it. But yeah, you're right that this one was NRG, and that's the one you get the points for. But like, I did actually pick another team thinking they were going to go 2-0. But I can't remember who it was. I think it was Full Sense. But maybe it wasn't.
被跳了。
飞将。 这个时候，这位置其实也没有什么太多去拉扯的空间了。
有2个人的飞将都在这个，就有2个人血量都在飞将的一枪身体血量的斩杀
Which
线范
stream
围
did you
内。
do Pick'ems? I just did it last night lazily.
切刀。
But I mean, Pick'ems are kind of boring at this point because you're only really picking. Like the Pick'ems don't. Swiss stage Pick'ems don't hit.
上来的对枪有点不太对了。
两边
Because there's so much unknowns. Like you're picking 2 teams to go 2-0. They might literally play against each other when they're both 1-0, and then it's like, well, fucking luck of the draw, I guess. Like they now guaranteed you're going to be wrong, even if those are the 2 best teams. So it's a bit. Pick'ems are not that cool in Swiss unless you're doing them day by day. Like it's more match predictions that are cool in Swiss.
有这个喷子啊，
这分不会打得特别快。XLG 甚至想勾一拍 DRG 有没有可能做反清
But yeah, I picked NRG as my team that would go 2-0. So even if they match up against Full Sense, I'm favoring NRG. Yeah, I guess is what I'm saying there.
送到这个位置里面，然后因为 Raga 还是一个
Yeah, the in-game Pick'ems are just who you think makes playoffs. But what I'm saying is Pick'ems themselves in Swiss are not an entertaining like thing to talk about. Instead, predictions are much more interesting in Swiss to talk about. Like specific match predictions. I've done it again where I watch around and don't pay attention to what's happening because I'm talking about something the chat brought up. Alright, it's a bonus round for DRG. Lock the fuck in. They've got bad weapons. Lukaku won them a pistol. XLG are A-ramp defaulting. They're A-ramp defaulting to insert Raga and then leave and go up mid.
电竞房近点已经贴了一把雄鹿，而且有队友在勾这个位置，看会不会上当了。
Okay, they just flashed into the defense side smoke. Raga was thinking about pushing Spirit, but Spirit, he who moves first wins first. Someone probably said that. Hesitation is defeat. That's like final boss in Sekiro that says that, isn't it? Lord Inshin or something? God, what a good game that is. I should replay that game at some point. I wonder if I should do a replay of Sekiro Boss Rush. Sekiro Boss Rush for the EWC. Oh.
虽然3把长枪，但是你没有通道的夹击协同啊。DRG 是满员状态。
And you take a drink every 10 deaths. We're cooking.
包点甚至第一时间是3个人。就你哪怕把福乐星这关过
We're dying. We're dying of liver failure.
你跳到包点里面还有3个人等你。
但跳这里面吗？这里面也太危险
Well, this round has gone disastrously wrong for XLG.
丢一个光能闪爆，再去
Mostly because of Spirit.
时间，福卡去断了一排，时间还够，强行飞下去9秒。
Can you win a 1v3, Noman?
这个爆能器 Noman 3打1的局面，
想操作，
但是有
Can you win a 1v3 with no gun and you're haunted and you have to dodge a stun?
的枪被一收
Don't think so.
DRG 拿下了分数。再跑一下，因为他上
你这
Boss
上来
rush
还
with
是
the wheel, run it back. That's insane. The boss rush is already ridiculous.
有点没拼过，给到了一些机会。
Can Disco be a target? There's a bunch of chatters who could pay for that. What does that even mean?
而且 DRG
Oh,
感觉
Disco
现在慢慢地
Elysium.
找回状
Oh, I just don't think it's a good stream game.
态了，似乎找回感觉了，打得很
出来拿
自信。
信息了，
哦 ，Spirit 3-1，
很想去抓一个进攻方 XLG 的一个
Reading
边线
game? Yeah.
这分速度
Actually, reading game. Slowest game of all time and requires me to be literate. You got no hope, chat. Oh my god, I thought he was about to get a knife kill. I think you should play it on stream or off because I think you'll like it. Yeah, I have very little time off stream that I spend playing video games, but one
压力
day,
有点大，
one day.
先给 Happy Way 给奶一下，
不敢去少掉任
Have you
何
played Trees
的
Hate
枪
You?
线。
No.
手稳扑出来感觉可以
Just
安包
burn
了。
paper?
现在
还没
得不安，
去，
还是不安，还有点怕福卡丘是不是踩在毒上面要出来抓？
Your stream viewers disagree? Well, yeah, but they're the vocal minority.
因为幻灵手里直接拿了一把狙击枪出来。
You gotta learn to
也
ignore
是有一个
them
判官，他手里还带
sometimes.
大的。我说实话，这个 A 区的杀伤力有点高，因为福卡丘
So they're doing the A ramp default again.
先来看这2楼
Full
半白
blind into
那
life.
地线能清吗？
Good
用
stun.
普利斯套狙
Nice, well dealt with.
5 life 先被清掉，2楼被拿下来。你进 A 的时候还能去开这个剃刀藤蔓。Spirit 又是一把狙，现在其实这个2楼对于 DRG 来说，想要去拿回来也不是那么容易，但是如果够准，有机会。彩蛋被骗掉了。
这里。
但是你可以看到 XLG 的大部队已经开始往 B 走了 ，Nick 好像也意识到了这一点。
对，
那现在 DRG 看一下这个选择啊，直接往前
我。觉得 DRG 的补位速度已经够快了。
对，
这个位
给到暗兽
置。是能拖的，有爪，就看什么时候给这个时机。
花束也在赶了，也在赶了，手给的位置也还不错，
有爪抓到了，好像。
这个位置有点进不来。
而且 Spirit 又狙1人，光能闪爆再拖一排 ，XL 进不来了。
They're struggling so much with this return back to B.
补位速度已经够快了。
对，
这个位
给到暗
置
兽。
是能拖的，有爪。
Is it just because no man is
就看
dead?
什么时候给这个时机。
花束也在赶了，也在赶了，手给的位置也
Oh,
还不
that
错。
seize was diabolical, actually.
这个位置
Wait, no, it didn't hit anyone. It looked like the seize should have hit somebody. Yeah, I mean, it's just way layout, isn't it?
而且 Spirit 又狙1人，光能闪爆再拖一排。
I guess they had to dodge the seize, and that's why they were in such bad positions and all got hit by the waylay
有
ultimate.
脚步。这个位置
Spirit, what are you doing?
非常多，又来是福卡丘，还有机会去架。1打2，
在 B 区。
30秒钟的时间，留一手有大招，留一手看起来想做别的事情了。
是想离魂捡包了，应该大脚步直接往 A 点走。
25秒钟的时间，其实蛮极限的，他又不是很敢往
What stopped the B exec on round 3? Because they tried to pivot back into B, right? After they got the kill,
钉子全被拔掉了。
往不敢去啊
they。tried to go B heaven,
已经很难了
and they
说
just
实话
didn't
能往第2楼
like
走。
虽然3把长枪，但是你没有通道的夹击协同啊。
how it felt with
DRG 是
the...
满员状态，包点
Oh, they
甚
were
至
gonna
第
try
一
to
是
like
3
walk
个
into
人。
spawn or
就你
something?
哪怕把福乐星这
Oh,
关
it was
过了
always just a B
福乐星哪
heaven
怕没有
fake to
当上
return back to the
面
whaler. Yeah, never mind, never mind.
上分的。他想去尽可能的操作 Happy Way 没有做到 ，Happy Way 的阵营很准，但是福卡丘人在。今天
Meow.
他们还是想比较稳健的去推。
哎，但
Okay,
贴近
well,
了
I'll take a look at Trees Hate You, yeah.
再去找
刘烟这个判官，
Wait,
给了个
hold
镜
on,
头。
what's going on here?
一把判官。
意识到了，因为久久没有见到人，
是
Nick 已经开始
Omen runs all the way to A and wins a 1v2 with a
要
bucky.
看一下 Nick 的速度是来不及的。这个刘一
Oh my god, he accidentally picked up a bucky. That is fucking insane. Oh my god, he pressed F to pick up the spike and he swapped his gun. Oh yeah, Judge, sorry, but you know what I mean. Oh, I'm trying to find it frame by frame, but I'm beefing. That's so funny. That's fucking hilarious. There's the Judge. Yoink. And then he wins it with the Judge. Wow. What a one-of-one unique round. That's incredible. That's actually incredible. Great little observer thing here. You guys can't really see it from my fat head, but they're showing a pip of his gun where it got left. That's ridiculous. That's crazy. You'll never see a round like that again. That's absurd. That's so fun. That's so fun. What a whimsical little round. What's his reaction? He doesn't react? Oh, he just says what? That's funny. That's really funny.
我下次可以去发起这种统计，在1v1的时候最害怕面对谁？这留一手这个残局设立现在有点太夸张了。
Win win 啊，双赢。哎呦，先打了一个，我卡叔倒了，这回可以换枪，终极技能直接往点里面去找人。
2楼对枪 ，XLG 瞬间起势，感觉对了。2楼下1楼。
Nomad 得走，他
Where's
带
that
着
going,
包
bro?。The casters are going insane about it too. That's hilarious. Yeah, I mean it's. I've never seen it in a game ever. Someone accidentally picking up a gun and trying to pick up the spike in a normal ult. And then downgrading their weapon but winning the 1v2 anyway, specifically because of the weapon. It's incredible. Nothing I've watched in China has made me regret not watching China up until that round. That would have been so sick to watch live. Who am I kidding? I probably would have been talking to my chat and missed the entire thing. Wait, what were the guys? What is everyone laughing about?
Spirit Z1 直接是扛了一把狙出来，无甲的，感觉得拼了。上半场不能有太多的劣势啊。
They do have a very different approach to this map, XLG, where they 1-3-1 a lot more on this map.
管理。
哎，给个假信息不急。
这分其实中区的压力给的蛮大的，现在 DRG 的一个路线已经被切断了。
得打第2楼了，这个黑得配合一下队友，直接抢前点的位置，但是前点根本没站人。看什么时候打一波。
但是碧通的协同没有做啊，这分其实碧通非常慢，我发觉先去顶一拍没有顶住，而且大招再一给 Spirit 就不走了，这位置先狙一枪，再往回退，但真的能。
Whoa! Rugger's jumping around, swapping his guns all over the place. If it worked for Lysor, it can work for me.
没机会，这个包点还是能拿下。
对，这个回防好像又打。
I actually quite like the way the XLG are approaching this attack side, though. I guess apart from them getting stuck in B main that one round. But that was against a Wele ult as well.
感觉这回防你的技能覆盖不满，死点的位置有人就太多，但是但如果中路 Noman 给了个机会，那就有说法了。
但还是有点难的，毕竟这是3个人，加一条线儿。
我觉得要看Leo的这个反击
The Raga flash entry. Yeah, it might be less possible with the Neon nerf, but I don't think it will be really. Like, most of Raga's stuff could be done by just running and sliding. I don't think Raga's particularly abusing the jump movement. I think they could just keep running the Wele, the Neon.
泄露速度太快的话，就不妨考虑一下抓一下单边了。
这一把又把中线强行。
Isn't Subnautica quite a big, long game? I would be down to play Subnautica on stream sometime, except that I think it would take a long time.
控下来，哇，这一把又
Subnautica 2 is short. Shouldn't I play Subnautica 1 before Subnautica 2 though?
就想着如果避免你一波流提速的话，我就
It
打
didn't
一个
work
背
like
身
that?
以及2楼的夹击要提了。
提，直接 Nomad 先飞进来拿信息，
我们要
回
看下水道的位置，其实已经压得很快了。
啊，先把裁断
到近
破了。
点了，有在直架。
Leo 这边看到了，其实也是一个非常重要的前压
When
信
you
号。
discover the whole squad down
就
mid,
选择展开回复往家里去
what
了。
now, Leo?
那 B 大后翼肯定是非常危险，
Yeah,
而
unlike the
Leo 现在
3
自
months
己也
of
是
one
很难
Pokemon
与
game,
大部队汇
valid,
合的，
extremely
他只
valid.
要拖住就好了。
所以他选择了一条更加激进的路线，对吧？反绕对面的家里走。
对，最保险的一条路。
No, I'm not watching any
就是另外一
EWC
回
stuff.
事儿了。
Abyss.
对，得正面顶
So I
住
haven't
才
seen
行。
高点位的留一手，这边没有任何的人走他去架的这条路，点里
Was Exit playing? Or were they still playing with
但是 B 大先来了
comeback?
B 场也来人
，XLG 家里也有人的一个情况，上下都有危险。Happyway 选择主动顶出，回复没有了，而 Raga 趁着这个时间再来一次，都没有任何
也来人。
点位的留一手，这边没有任何的人走他去架的这条路，点
I
里
mean, you just have no control of
回复
any
加
avenue
但是
of the
B 大
map
先
here.
来
The
了。
DRG have
，B 场也来
fully
人
wrapped
XLG
everywhere.
家里也有人的一个情况，上下都有危险。Happyway 选择主动顶出，回复没有了，而 Raga 趁着这个时间再来一次，都没有任何的收获。
天哪！
Leo 刚到 ，DRG 已经解决了问题。
我这一分好像对于 XLG 来说，压根就没有提防从 B 场绕过来的人啊。高点位的人是压根就没往回去看，而且上来
Viola
来
says
回
exit.
面混了一个，这波留一手压根就没有去管
I mean,
B
that's
场的信息
feeding the
而且
exit hope
他们的一个
narrative
站位
then.
很
回复也没有能够
I'm on
拿下
the
对
hope
XLG
train
来
for
说是有
Na'Vi.
一些断节奏的。终极技能现在反而来到了 DRG 的强势期。
He takes an insane amount of fights but doesn't win a lot of them. I mean, that is, from what I've watched of Exit, he is an extremely aggressive player.
不想再被对面直接顶出来包后了。
We'll have to see for the next stage. I mean, he probably hasn't played with them long. I would imagine that Angel will. Well, actually, maybe Angel won't. Angel
这
doesn't
份站位都变了，进攻
tend
方
to get great
SLG
value
选
out of
择
his
2-3的
duelist,
分
actually.
站。A 点搞压力
For whatever
第二时
reason
间 B 点同步做默认，那其实压力还是会给到中路。
哎，有一个伏笔哦，
41
那个
first
第二
duels
个暗
across
示
the
是没收到
series,
B 外
across
的
the
信息，
BO3.
这给到了一个 fake 错误的。
所以
That
第
is
二
a
时间你
lot
可
of
以看
first
到
duels.
Nick 是已经开始看中路了，你不太清楚你进攻的大部队到底在哪儿。
DRG 还要先反清 A2 楼，但其实提速已经要来了。 弗勒星吃了海量的道具，但是他就在这个烟里面不走，回烟的效果会不错，但第一时间抢的弹道没有控住，但还是把 Raga 给收掉了。
Okay, I was worried actually about Flexin's anchoring, but he's absolutely cooked this round.
留一手最终补掉了他，也把自己打到了弹尽粮绝。而在另一侧 ，Nomad 选择先打一边。
Oh, actually winnable from Nomad. If he had hit that shot, nice try, nice try. They are struggling with B.
关键就弗勒星这个位置扛点扛得太优秀了呀！
而且其实他吃到的压力并没有特别多，往这个烟里灌技能其实是比较
Interesting to see
少
the
的，
scrim
其
results
实都
though.
给规避掉了。
Yeah, I mean,
而且
I look at what
第二
comps
时间
people are
其实
playing
Raga 进
on
来的
EWC,
时机也是被
especially if it's
摘
before a
掉
big
了
tournament like this,
后续对这个
because
烟
some of
的
the
处理
teams
其
have
实我
already
觉得
changed
还
their
是挺
comps. Like I made a note of it actually yesterday because I just went through some of it. But Foot changed their Lotus comp and Fracture comp. Full Sense changed their Haven comp. But that makes a lot of sense because that Haven comp was super fucking weird that they used to run. And then Global Esports, I mean, Global Esports have new comps every other day, don't they, because of Frost? But they changed their comp on Split Ascent and Haven. So, just stuff to look at coming into London. I think it's interesting for that.
速度是真快呀！
From the comms, Vukashu only comes in English. Dead people tend to come in English. They switch to English whenever Vukashu says anything, or else it's just vibes when they swap. Yeah. Yeah, I think the real key question is how much he understands. I think Global is baiting comps. Yeah. I mean, if I'm most teams, I'm not trying to put a huge amount of prep into Global, unless it's like their breeze, I guess. I'm just focusing on playing your own shit and figuring some stuff out on the fly. I think Global can often beat themselves with their comp swaps. I like this round that XLG do, where they go heavy up heaven and then flood out into the site pretty quickly. They've run this a couple of times. They did it like round, I don't know, round 6 or something as well. What does baiting comps mean? You run a comp that you're not actually intending to run so that people do bad prep into you. Alright, I suppose in the most extreme example, maybe you would even like bait a comp and they would make a comp switch thinking that you were going to play that comp, but that's, I mean, really unlikely to happen. But I suppose that would be the limit of the idea. I thought it was round 7? Yeah, it might have been. It might have been round 7. I didn't write it down. It's so strange how sometimes the Chinese HUD puts people back to life again. They die and then they like pop back to life again on the HUD for a second. But it's not often. I've never noticed that with our HUD. I think they might be using a different system. I suppose that would make sense. Okay, so they do a B, they do a fake B pop in order to pull defenders to B, which lets them get up B heaven easier. But what they do with the B heaven space is bunny hop Raga into the smoke with a judge. Is he just hoping to catch people who haven't heard him jump coming up the rope? I mean, this seems really weird. Like, I fuck with the idea of it, but why jumping into the smoke? Why not just holding B heaven space? They're just not ready at all for Vukashu. Oh, they got out of it. Sorry, I only just looked at the minimap. What in the hell is Life doing over there? He hasn't moved the whole round. They did a B fake, he doesn't move. They run into B heaven afterwards. At this point, when this player dies, you've seen like all the players who are left alive. I mean, this guy is like an absolute rock. He's a statue. He must be expecting the Omen to ult over towards A and he can get the cancel. And then he must get the comm that the spike is down in heaven. Probably a dead comm from Vukashu. Like, Life, what the fuck are you doing? The spike is dropped in heaven. And now the Omen can get the spike, but he's probably going to end big. I mean, Life's positioning is very unexpected here. Okay, you know that he's ending B. Oh, what a flick. Actually, a nasty flick from Lysor. Okay.
这些 DRG 这个进攻面要怎么解决29%的得分率？哇，有点低了。那就提速。提。哎，这个穿的还蛮准的。上来 Spirit Z1 的血量就已经比较低了。而且没有斯凯啊，没有人回复。抓紧安包。能去以部署。我觉得
得看中路的这
Wrap
个位
around
置。如果
flank
真的一
through
旦交到他
vent.
这个位置的
Happy
绕
Way's
后非
looking
常
for
关
it.
键，但现在有人在看。
Read it like a book. Absolutely read it like a book. Dude, Happy Way is so smart. I would happily build a team around Happy Way.
没地方
I think he's one of the best players in China.
瞬间这个手枪分
straight
XLG
up.
控制。
抱团打会更好一些。这手枪局不能拆开打，
抱团就打一波了呀。
准备提了。
对，就是一波提了。
先处理回眼。
He's got it all, man. He's got it all. Does China clear EMEA?
禁止通行了呀。
No, I don't think so.
关键现在
But I definitely think
你把速度放慢下来，感觉作用也不是，也不会特别
China
明
can
显
get
啊。
wins against some of the EMEA teams.
我补开是手里有把枪的，他这个阵
At
营
the very
还是
least
可
on
以
maps,
去
but
操
I
作一下
suspect
而且
matches
DRG
as
这个阵
well.
容吧，就你选出来之后，不管是进攻还是防守，
That's exactly why he and Vukashu are exempt from the bottom 10.
那你防守没有蝰蛇，确实中路这个位置你也没办法去拖延。
对，而且 DRG 这套阵容在打进
I mean, I don't think Spirit would make a bottom 10 list, and I don't think Leo would make a bottom 10 list, and I don't think Raga would make a bottom 10 list.
高位的摄像头，Leo 也是点掉一个啊。
The others,
2楼往上跳，还有
it would be
那比较轻松了。
a lot more of a debate about who they would actually be going up against on other teams.
甚至有机会轻松的把所有枪都保下来。
Who you taking, Happy Way, Chichu, or VGod? In their current form right now, I think you have to take...
也是一个完美团灭。而在枪械的一个分布上面，我觉得下
Oh, bro, I'm actually not sure. I will say, though, I think Vukashu's third out of those three. But, bro, Chichu is in such outrageously good form right now as well.
XLG 也会去做一些就是两侧
Chichu
包点的
is
加速，
frying
因为
in
点里面
EDG's
其实他们
games.
配合都还不错。
是，这个口子被堵得太死了。这防守方现在手点的能力还是很强
I'm
的。
really not sure who I
就
would
起
take.
把喷子在近距离，你这个口子想进来还是有一些难度的。
因为现在大家都非常强调在前点的卡位，所以判官就也有
I think I would take
更多的
Chichu,
舞台嘛。
and then Happy Way, and then
好好
Vukashu.
表现，
9比5
证明自己。
But I think all three of them are extraordinarily good.
对，
China's got some really good Sentinel talent.
全面，他们甚至 AY 都也
Hasn't Vukashu been performing basically the same as Chichu?
？Vukashu
Vukashu gets an exceptionally large amount of kills. If you look at his stats are nuts. But I think that Chichu and Happy Way both play
但这个
smarter, basically, than Vukashu does. I think their setups are better.
还是比较少的。
I think Happy Way, I think, might have the best of the three.
看到了，
有点不敢
Like
接
setups
近
and
你我感觉
intelligent
现在是
sentinel
第二
play.
很谨慎
But
这
Chichu's
选项太多了，你这拐角
got
随时都会有
an
风险
incredibly good combination of both.
看球直接给划过来，找到了。
哇，
来先接一个。
而且另一侧弗勒星
But yeah,
也加入
Vukashu
了
gets an
这
enormous
分
amount
其
of
实
kills
优
for
势
this
就比较
team.
大了，
是
一下子就直接可以夹 A， 然后 Leo 这边又是一个左右为难的情况，他只能回手先去处理一下家里的。
I think he's also just a more aggressive player, though, too. Because, like, if you look at his... let's have a look at the stats, actually. China Stage 1. If you look at Vukashu's stats, his KD is actually lower than Chichu's is. It's higher than Happy Way's, by the way. But it's like, it's almost exactly the same, right? But he's getting more kills, I think, per round. Yeah, he's getting more kills per round. So that also just means that he's getting more deaths per round as well. He's just taking more fights, right? He's just taking more fights than Chichu is, which is not necessarily a good thing. It depends on how your team wants you to play. Vukashu's like a wrecking ball for this team, whereas Chichu is more like a surgical knife. He comes in when he's needed to win enormous rounds for the team, but his job is not always to just go and win the round. Like, they have fucking Kang and Smoggy on that team. Like, you do not need Chichu to be winning every round, and in fact, he shouldn't be trying to win every round, right? Because it would actually put him in worse positions a lot of the time. So there's a bit of a stylistic difference, I think, between the two of them. But I mean, look at Happy Way's KPR as well. Like, he's also taking a lot of fights.
道具这么多，人也这么多 ，Happy Way 能补一个，但也就到此为止。把队友接过来，DRG 把这个 A 包给攻下。
有一手1v4。
Yeah, I mean, Vukashu's a beast, but
想打第一个
I think if I was building a team, or like ranking Senti players. Maybe it's because of the team that he plays on and how the team is structured and the comms stuff, etc. But I would be taking Chishu Happy Way, I think.
要摧毁 XLG 的经济。
但那个中路真不好来啊！中路现在有
But Vakashu deserves the glaze.
哦，这也是变相在藏 Raga 的局，我觉得。
对。
一般如果你是狙的话，我不吃压力嘛，直接直架。
对。
假意开一下。
这个位，哎。
I'd love to see him in EMEA one day. Yeah, it would be fun. It would be fun.
抓到了。先把尼克给打掉。那现在如果没有了黑梦，
It'd be such a nice contrast to see, like, him playing in China, him playing in EMEA. You know, whether he keeps up his incredible statistics, whether he plays like a lot smarter once he gets potentially fed more comms. But again, we're not 100% sure yet what his level of comprehension of Chinese is. Or at least we knew what it was in the past, but we don't know what it is now. That doesn't feel great for their chances of being able to win a retake A without their Sky. What in the fuck? Can't explain that one. Can't explain that one.
放你进点先安包，等回防。
先进2楼吧。
Do you think EDG fell off after champs because they were too busy aura farming instead of practicing? No. I think they misunderstood the meta. They put Kankang in bad spots. Probably he put himself in bad spots, actually. They made a roster change because they felt it was their only way of being able to win. And yeah, they didn't really get what they were doing in that previous meta at all. Yoru did not agree with that team. Like, actually, if you just wanted a single reason why EDG were bad, the answer would just be Yoru.
但是对面也非常尊重，给了海量的技能。
这要进吗？有手稳哦，有手稳。
没事儿。
第2波再进，他铁了心了要给压力啊。
这个位置藏住。
正义
发挥了。
而且留一手绕到你的背后，但是被补掉之后 ，Happy Way 出手了。
人在2楼，捡的是一把正义。2打2的残局，
踩住了爆能器的角度，然后再等Leo的一个回归。 现在两边是有一种攻守异形的感觉。
但是
已经把 B 通给搜干净了。
对这个走位的话，其实两边有点各自为战。
Yeah, people weren't playing a lot of Yoru in Bangkok though. That was like the beginning of the Yoru meta. But after Bangkok, they realized that they had to play Yoru, and they tried to put Simon on Yoru. And that was the start of the debacle that led to Simon being kicked off the team. Like, they literally kicked Simon because they had to play Yoru. The two are connected.
Happy Way 这手里的枪换了一把。
在勾，
有人在勾，有人在勾。
The drama was juicy.
没搜。Leo 家里开波
Oh,
但这一次弗勒辛补上了。
I thought I was about to witness another insane Leo clutch there.
特质吧，给到。但这份看起来。
But I mean, that's a really nice. Thrifty round from DRG. The economy's been all over the place here. I don't remember a Simon Yoru. Yeah, he didn't play in a match. They were trying to do it in scrims. This was all stuff that he like aired publicly. Do you remember he crashed out and like aired a bunch of stuff publicly on his stream?
中区人 DRG 会明显更多一点，这个闪是一个飞出来的长闪，那所有人都会被抓掉。
Yeah, nobody was playing Yoru at some point for this team.
就这一次，哎，这个先喷一个吗？先喷一个，但不好去捡枪。
Yes, win the 1v4. Why the fuck would we be pushing this guy right now? Why am I seeing 3 DRG players running at Lysor?
位置猜。
The guy with the judge in market Let's walk towards him?
出去已经没有操作的机会。
Just leave him alone, bro. I mean, I guess they don't want him to get a gun upgrade, but you're literally in a 3v1. More chance of that going wrong if you walk at the guy with a judge. I think.
压力将会有
They counted the bullets? Well, then they're geniuses. If that's the case, they're geniuses. And I'll close my mouth.
弹球也给了。想接了吗 ？Noman 点内想扛压力，能扛住吗？没扛住。
而 Leo 也其实站在大马路上，他虽然
Yeah, I would not be pushing the judge in that situation. I think.
XLG 的选择了，
Even if you know he's only got 2 shots left, there's 3 of you alive.
眼里很混乱，但是
So easy to go wrong.
的人一点一点补出来。
Well, they've wiped them away here.
扛压力能扛住吗？没扛住。
而 Leo 也其实站在大马路上。 他虽然能活下来，但是点后其实看一下 XLG 的选择了，明显是不想放这个点。
有人 TP 摸进去了，但是 Life 在架。
So an interesting idea on the retake, TPing in kind of just to the open and then trying to flood off your TP. Yeah, and when I say interesting, I mean let's put that one away. It really feels like DRG are going to run this one back from this point.
加固了一侧的防守，我觉得现在对于 XLG 来说，如果真的打成这样，就赌点了要。你如果
There's been a lot of eco wins though.
弹球直接给要去做反清，但这一波退掉之后就不好去冲了。
嗯，点到为止了。
DRG 没有跟你接招，他这分前几分打得非常快，这分反而要跟你打得冷静一些
啊，包不接的。 就这一波，如果跟你去火拼，万一拼输了，拼个军事互换感觉都不赚，
很亏。
对，
所以他们现在还是把节奏放慢，看看远距离有没有对象机会。
第2套的中区所有技能都给到，他知道提防是空的。
差不多了呀，我觉得时间可以加 A 了。
想加 A 了，就是想加 A。
I mean, Heavyweight and Leo should not be able to win this round. Surely this is safe.
哇，那这是个满覆盖，福乐星这边也会觉得自己很
Surely this is safe. Have we seen any interesting Viper walls? On Haven. No, sorry, on Breeze we saw some interesting ones. Oh god. The amount of thrifties that happen in this region is off the fucking chain. Oh well, I guess. Not a thrifty. He is murdering them. He's murdering them. He so often comes in as the guy cleaning up. He really is the janitor.
还能够理解。威亚的暂停之后，谁能够保持微弱的领先？
看一下啊。
Yeah, he just wins those.
暂停完回来之后，侯雅的调整啊 ，A 点直接是双决斗带先锋了 ，B 点是直接双控场来扛。
I mean, I can definitely see, based on this map, why TMV was saying it's like one guy versus the world. It absolutely feels like it on this map.
第一波暗兽直接过来拿信息。
安排 Raga 在这边做一个截断，现在中区的压力。
This is Vukashu versus XLG. I mean, the others are like they're throwing their bodies into the maw to try to make the rounds winnable.
B 点 B2楼是有一些挂绳的声音，在勾引。
The attack rounds have been, you know, pretty competent actually overall, but it does require Vukashu to be killing like 3 people every round.
双方都不敢再往外。
I expect all the Chinese teams to go 0-2. No, I don't. I think.
高敏状态好，这真的太恐怖了。
这反应也太快了。
I think.
过来人就没了。
天哪。
The teams that lose
双决斗没了，那确实这一波感觉想打
at least win a map,
你还要再去上2楼。
and one of the teams wins at least a match, probably 2.
就看队友能不能补上墙，这个位置。
I think it's much closer than Santiago.
给大招，又是这样的 甩枪，海明伟跳下来，标配，也果然抱住了刘一手。
Alright, Vikashi left alive in a 1v3. Surely you don't give him shit. He's actually the juggernaut right now. Do not go forwards into this guy. Yeah, perfect.
还是有经济的。我卡手已经来到26个击杀数了吗？这击杀数真的有点
快30个了，
太恐怖了。
但是现在的比分领先是属于 XLG 的1分的微弱之差，但是大家也知道。
How's Life look today? Still throwing? I mean, he's had some dodgy moments, but it's not common. Like, I don't think he's losing them rounds. He's mostly just part of their ideas, and then sometimes he fumbles, but it hasn't been as bad, to be honest. I think the bigger problem with Life in games like this is he's not having any rounds where he does more than you'd expect. He either does less or the same. You know, he slides in and gets his one, or he slides in and gets traded. And he doesn't really have any rounds where he looks like he's having a lot of impact. There's an example, right? He slides in, gets caught a little bit, but gets his one. It's like, all right, fine, cool. But I think when you're picking up Life, you're hoping that he gives you some big maps as well to balance out the feeds. But he's just been a bit mid. He had a pretty nice 4K in Haven with the AWP. I don't remember that one. I remember his 4K in Lotus with the AWP.
这几个点的拼枪都没有拼过，得看6了
，6拖时间就可以了。海明伟这边还有一侧枪线呢，
还是
刘一手也还在的呀。
这个感觉不太好打吧？我卡手掰一个，正面也掰赢了，2楼下来。
Yeah, they've just fragged their way out of that problem with 10 seconds left. A great kill from Vikashi, but also good kills from other people on the team.
这等于是压在了最后15秒的时间，然后冲了一波强侧。
这个对于 XLG 来说，他们一定是没有想到 DRG 敢这样去做一个决策，这等于真的是赌上一切了。
对，我觉得最大的一个变数是Vikashi一个人从 B 通进来，是把包点的人给撕掉了，所以才会都得看
4张扛点是扛的掉，保下来然后失望了，这个叫什么镜头语言？
来，内侧 B 大。 但 Spirit 能够走啊！现在
The waylay seems pretty nice for B main defaulting. You can just kind of jump through with your refract.
48滴血 ，Noman 没死。
You take full B main unless they fight over it.
谁能先进一个盘点，然后 XLG 这边的赛点都很重要。谁能拿下这关键的1分，心里就能稍微舒一口气。
现在还要往 B 点啊，还要往 B 点打。
有狗的其实手里有气，能去支撑他们这一波打反制。
又是这个过点，第一时间没有能够抽到，往下飞了已经，但是 Spirit Z1 没有人支援。2楼Vikashi还在尽力，手
里有气能去支撑他们这一波打反制。
又是这个过点，第一时间没有能够抽到。
Pretty similar position again, but they don't have well now either duelist. Is Vikashi just going to bail them out of this?
大的协同，你何时去做这个出手？
但双
甲的队友已经陷入僵局了。
这个烟马上就要塞了，2楼下漏枪位了。
I mean, the others are pulling their weight.
留一手靠住一侧去打一个，再踢，剑影踢到另一侧。
On the scoreboard, it still looks like it's Vikashi versus the world, but this has definitely become much more like the other players on the team are also contributing a lot in the last couple. Or that they're all winning their important ones.
他的压力太大了，而且子弹只有9发。
福乐星打了一个大大的问号，他选择一击
失动，
他找到了2个人
looks
所有的
a
位
bit
置。
uncomfortable in this spot.
现在看一下，拉出来留一手，
I don't like how he played that.
这个残局20。
太难抓了，
这又哇！
侯亚这边终于松了一口气啊！
就感觉以后留一手玩
Sky Motor Match Point
500块钱。
Sky Motor Match Point
就是4个字：出神入化。
哦，太夸张了！
而这最后1分 ，DRG 究竟是任性
It's crazy that they've got a sponsor for Match Point.
终结比赛。 1分30秒钟的时间里面，我们就能得到答案。
You just play timer on the pillar? Yeah, I would have. I think you do a bit of a ring of Rosie, or maybe even do a bit of a ring of Rosie, but then back into hell.
福乐线是有大的。
But I think trying to back fully out to CT there is just you're out in the open for way too long.
又是中区
With
，DRG
bad
想秉承
crosshair
这一套
placement.
他们得分效率最高的方式。
但是这分改变了一下策略，先抢电竞房给边楼压力，不
可
齐
能。还是最后往 A 区去会比较好一些，因为 B 大也没有控过的一个情况，福乐星亮枪，而且 B 2楼有很多人，暗眼推出来，弹球给出来。
要抓吗？感觉不好抓吧。哦，另外一
Cashew
边要挂球上来
should have been under pressure there, but
孤立了，自己其实有
they
点走
didn't
不出去。
actually
两边
follow
都有
up
可
on
能
the
有
stun
人。
and
这位
clear
置
it
他其
all.
实自己玩就行，但是这位置被抓了。
A 区的提速
Okay,
要
he
来
is
了，
mortal.
龙门第一
He
先往
can
田里面
bleed.
去退，要等队友的一个驰援 ，Raga 跑的速度会非
Oh,
常快。
and this is how they lose. They killed the raid boss early on.
Spirit 还在，利用大踏步过来出来补。
Oh, good try by
不想
Spirit.
放弃。1v3的局面，他做到所有。
I mean,
要么就失
you're
去
fucked
所
here,
有
buddy.
，Happy Way 终结了比赛，恭喜 XLG 战胜 DRG，挺进。
Yeah, I mean, Vukashu was incredible in that final map. Absolutely incredible. There are a couple of things that I think you've got to respect about DRG. They play a lot for retake, and their retake ideas are decent. Their win rate on split is really low, isn't it? Don't they lose a ton on split? But I felt like their split was actually not that bad there. They're 0-4 on split. They really didn't play that badly on split. We haven't watched this Wolves game yet. I don't know if it's worse than their Pearl, but maybe it is. Was it worse than their Breeze? I mean, I don't think their Breeze looked great. It might be worse. It might be worse than their. Sorry, it might be better than their Breeze, even though they're 0-4 on it. Yeah, I mean, they have some things that are intriguing, but I just struggle to see, aside from a team completely collapsing, who they're beating at Masters London. The split defense is very bad. It holds them back a lot. If it was even a little better, they would win some games. Yeah, I think part of the problem, though, is that they have to play retake A so much, but they also, any round where Vukashu isn't playing B, I worry about them being able to hold B as well. And then retake on B is really tough. I mean, they actually had a nice retake B round where they pushed down mid and let the pit go off and then had full flank setups. But I don't know. Their split doesn't feel too far away, though, from being a map that they could win on. I don't know. It doesn't look great, though. It doesn't look great. DRG are getting turbo rinsed. Who's their opening game against? Vitality? I mean, assuming that Vitality don't shit the bed, they should. They should. But I don't know. I have seen this team put a lot of poo all over the place. And they don't have any experience really playing into... Oh, no. Well, they do have experience playing into Neon Waylay, don't they? Because they've just played against Foot, who actually didn't run Neon Waylay on any of the maps they played. Yeah, because Foot do play Neon Waylay on some of their maps, don't they? What maps do Foot play it on? They used to play it on Bind. They used to play it on... Oh, no, they did play it most recently on Haven. But they also used to play it on Haven. And then they've swapped things around every fucking time. And then they used to play it on Pearl and then swapped away from it. And they do play it on Lotus. Yeah, I mean, I guess they'll have some experience scrimming against it at least. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely upset potential. Don't get me wrong. There's upset potential. You shouldn't feel super confident. Like, the Chinese teams don't look completely garbage, but this is pretty much the last map I'm watching of DRG. I'm gonna watch them play on. I'm gonna watch their Pearl and I'm gonna watch their Ascent. Oh no, I think have I already watched their Ascent? I might have done. Anyway, I'm gonna watch their Pearl and Ascent if I haven't already. But map pool looks weak. They play a lot of Neon Waylay, so if you get the hang of playing against Neon Waylay, you should be able to get rid of them. And they only have one player that looks incredibly good right now. Spirit's a bit off and on. That's kind of it. So, it doesn't bode well. It really doesn't bode well. I mean, Vakash is the only player you could even think about putting on a top 10 list from this team. It would be illegal to put anybody else on the list. And I gotta be honest with you, I don't think Vakashu's gonna make my top 10. He might do, but like lower towards the list. There's just so many other good players. He might though, he might. He is incredibly good. But like I said, I think I would take Chishu and Happy Way over him right now. And if he's the third best Sentinel in China, how the fuck is he making a top 10 list? Yeah, TMV put him at 4th, but I don't think I can justify that, personally. Only 10 p.m? No, I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to go to bed. My wife already went to bed hours ago. Like, actually 3 hours ago, I think. And tomorrow, I have tennis. Played tennis today, played tennis the day before, playing tennis tomorrow. I'm in my tennis arc. I'm gonna get good at this fucking game, man. I'm gonna get good at this game. It's my new sick addiction. Very Tory. The people that I'm at the tennis club with, they give more liberal Democrat vibes. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, they probably vote Labour because everybody in this city does, but they give the like Lib Dem vibe. Still right wing then? Well, I mean, it's a different brand. I think we're being a little reductive if we're putting Lib Dem and Tory in the same bucket, but I understand what you're saying. Starmer, Streeting, or Burnham? In ranked order, Burnham, Starmer, especially this new version of the Starmer government where they're scared of the left, so they're pandering to the left at the moment and doing a lot of like interesting policy changes that might actually, well, I don't think it'll save Starmer personally, but you can see them leaning more left in the last couple of weeks, trying to fend off fucking attacks from like preemptive policy things that Burnham might do. And then death, and then Wes Streeting. That's my order of preference. So just in case anyone was asking. Does Britain have their own Zoran Mamdani? No. No, we don't. I mean, no, we definitely don't. I'm not even gonna bring up Zach Polanski. He doesn't qualify. You can't make that comparison. Why death over Streeting? Streeting is a career weasel politician who was pretty close to somebody in UK politics who has been dubbed the Prince of Darkness. Yeah, the Prince of Darkness, who recently just got tied into the Epstein files. No, not Ozzy, Peter Mandelson. But more importantly than even that connection, Wes Streeting is just a like, he's a very right-wing figure inside Labour who is more inclined to do things like introduce more private sell-offs of what should be public assets. He is also very politician-y in the sense that he will just kind of say shit that he moves with the wind very heavily. He doesn't seem to have particular political beliefs that he strongly holds outside of a general, it seems, like neoliberal economic framework. I think recently he was talking about, what was he talking about recently? He like did a complete pivot on something, and I'm struggling to remember what it was. I don't think it was a wealth tax, but it was something very left coded that he just came out of the woods with. He's also incredibly unpopular and desperate for the job and willing to sacrifice anyone and anything, it appears, in order to get the job. So it doesn't seem... Oh, it was Brexit, wasn't it? Yeah. Was it the wealth tax as well? Yeah. Yeah, he was trying to position himself as like a anti-Brexit guy. I think Wes Streeting is like some of the worst aspects of politics. The Weasley kind of guy. Yeah. Am I a follower of modern monetary theory? It's not really a religion. It's more of just a way of describing how money is used in modern economics. But yeah, I think it's probably the best way that we have of describing monetary flows. But it's also not like... I think the problem that people get wrapped up in when they look into modern monetary theory is that in theory, you don't have to be... Like, one of the big things that it pushes you down is, why are we using the bond market to borrow so much in order to remove... In order to, like, in theory, have access to funds that we can then spend? That's not really how it works, but, like, that's the more classical way of thinking about things. But the problem is that there are enormous political consequences for fucking with the bond markets. And that, I think, is the political reality that a lot of modern monetary theory people don't actually engage with. And so you get stuck in this scenario where all of the politicians don't really want to go down that path, because it would be almost impossible, I think. You'd have to set the groundwork years and years in advance to try to transition to a system where you weren't using the bond markets really heavily. But it doesn't... Nobody talks about the transition to using a system that wouldn't rely on the bond markets. So, yeah. It doesn't... It's not a productive conversation most of the time. Oh, yeah, he wanted to equalize capital gains tax, but he called it a wealth tax. Yes, you're reminding me. He called it a wealth tax, but all he wanted to do was, which, by the way, is a fantastic policy. We should equalize capital gains tax with income tax in the UK. It's ridiculous that we haven't. But that is not a wealth tax. It is not a tax on wealth. But he's just using the buzzword of wealth tax to try to introduce what is a very sensible policy of equalizing capital gains with income tax. Something that Labour should have done as soon as they came into government, but... There you go. Am I a communist? No, I don't think so. But then again, I haven't read very much theory, so maybe if I read more, that's what they always tell you. That's what the commies are always telling you. You just haven't read enough theory. Okay, I'm going to send you over to some other people. I'm going to send you over to... Who am I going to send you to, actually? Let's see who's online right now. Could send you to Melange. I could send you over to Custer playing Path of Exile 2. Oh my lord. A rare Custer stream. Oh my god. One of my good friends from school, the guy who got me into video games, is playing Outer Wilds for the very first time. I am going to send you to my IRL friend who is streaming to a couple hundred people. He's normally a Dark Souls YouTuber. Don't tell him you hated it. I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it at all. I just thought the ending was a bit daft. But I thought the entire game was brilliant. I just thought that specifically the ending was a bit silly. All right. I'm gonna send you over there. If you backseat, you are permabanned in my chat. I'm gonna watch in his chat, and if you backseat in his chat, you're permabanned in my chat.